I've lived in the Pacific Northwest my entire life, so I'm no stranger to the way the wind can play tricks on your ears. When you grow up surrounded by ancient Douglas firs and damp, heavy air, you learn to ignore the groans of shifting timber and the occasional snap of a branch. But there is a specific type of sound that the human brain is hardwired to recognize, a sound that implies intent. Back in the fall of 2018, I was 24, working a grueling entry-level job in logistics that kept me glued to a glowing monitor for 10 hours a day. My only escape was my nightly walk. I lived in a quiet, semi-rural pocket just outside of Olympia, where the streetlights were few and far between, and the woods pressed right up against the edge of the asphalt. It was a place where you could feel truly alone, which was exactly what I wanted after a day of answering phones and filing invoices. I remember the night it started. It was a Tuesday, crisp, foggy, and unnervingly still. I had my headphones around my neck, not over my ears, because even then I had a rule about staying aware of my surroundings. I was about a mile from my front door, rounding the bend where the old cedar grove starts when I heard it. Scritchy, scritchy, pause. It sounded like something heavy being dragged over dry pavement. I stopped dead in my tracks. The sound stopped instantly. I looked back, squinting into the amber glow of the last streetlight I'd passed about 50 yards behind me. Nothing. Just the empty road and the fog rolling in like a slow-motion tide. I told myself it was a raccoon or maybe a stray dog dragging a piece of trash. I took a breath, adjusted my jacket, and kept walking. 10 paces later, I heard it again. But this time, it wasn't a drag. It was a rhythmic, metallic tapping. Clink, clink, clink. It was perfectly synced with my footsteps. When I sped up, the tapping sped up. When I slowed down, it lingered for just a fraction of a second longer than it should have, as if whatever was making the noise was struggling to match my new tempo. My heart gave a sharp, uncomfortable thud against my ribs. I didn't turn around this time. Instead, I pulled my phone out, using the screen's glow to illuminate the path ahead of me, and I started to walk faster. I wasn't running yet. I didn't want to admit I was scared, but the rational part of my brain was already starting to fail. It's just an echo, I whispered to myself. The fog is bouncing the sound back. But I knew how echoes worked. Echoes don't have a half-second delay of independent thought. As I reached the gravel driveway of my house, I did something I regret. I stopped and yelled into the dark. "Hey, I see you." It was a lie. I saw nothing. The silence that followed was heavy, almost physical. Then, from the darkness just beyond the tree line, came a sound that made the hair on my arm stand straight up. It was the sound of someone or something, mimicking my own voice. Not the words, but the cadence. A low, gravelly hum that rose and fell with the exact rhythm of my shout. I bolted. I didn't look back until I was inside with the deadbolt thrown and every light in the kitchen blaring. I stood there, chest heaving, listening to the silence of my own house. I stayed up until 4 in the morning, convinced I'd see a face pressed against the glass. I didn't. But when I finally drifted off to sleep, I dreamt of a sound. A wet, sliding noise that followed me from room to room, always just one corner away. The next morning, the sun was out, and the terror of the previous night felt like a fevered dream. I walked out to my car, checking the gravel driveway for footprints or signs of a struggle. There was nothing. No tracks, no trash, no evidence of another person. I felt foolish. I was a grown man getting spooked by acoustics and local wildlife. I went to work, drank too much coffee, and by 5:00 p.m., I had convinced myself that I'd overreacted. But when I got home that evening, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, casting long, skeletal shadows across my porch. As I stepped out of my car, I dropped my keys. They hit the pavement with a sharp asterisk jang asterisk. From the woods, less than 20 feet away, came an identical jang asterisk. It wasn't an echo. It was a perfect, pitch-perfect imitation, delivered with the mechanical precision of a recording, except there was no recording equipment out there. There was only the thick, matted undergrowth of the forest. My hand trembled as I reached for my keys. I didn't even look toward the trees. I just moved. Inside, I tried to keep the TV loud to drown out the world, but the house felt different. It felt porous. Every creak of the floorboards felt like a prompt, waiting for a response from the outside. Around 11:00 p.m., I went to the kitchen to get a glass of water. I stood by the sink, the house completely dark except for the light over the stove. Tee-tap, tee-tap, tee-tap. Someone was tapping on the window glass, not the front door, the kitchen window, which sat 6 feet off the ground. I froze, my breath hitching in my throat. I didn't want to look. Every instinct I had told me that looking would make it real, but I couldn't help it. I turned my head slowly. The window was a black square reflecting my own terrified face. I saw nothing else. Then the tapping started again, but it wasn't on the glass anymore. It was coming from the wall. Tee-tap, 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 moving down the side of the house. Tee-tap, 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 moving toward the back door. I realized then that this wasn't just a prowler. A prowler wants to get in. A prowler wants to steal. This was a game. The sound was following me, tracking my movement through the walls. I grabbed a heavy mag light from the counter, my knuckles white. I was done being the victim in my own home. I marched to the back door, flipped the exterior floodlight, and ripped the door open. "Get out of here," I screamed, swinging the light across the backyard. The yard was empty. The floodlight illuminated the grass, the old swing set, and the fence. But there was something wrong. On the wooden deck, right where I had been standing on the other side of the wall, there were no footprints. Instead, there was a circle of small, smooth stones. They were arranged in a perfect ring, exactly where the tapping had been. And then the sound came again. It wasn't behind me, and it wasn't in the woods. It was coming from the roof. It was the sound of a heavy weight shifting, a slow, deliberate crawl. Drag, scritch, pause, the exact sound from the road the night before. I looked up, but the angle was too sharp. I couldn't see the shingles. I retreated back inside and locked the door, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would bruise my ribs. I realized I had made a terrible mistake by acknowledging it. By shouting, by looking, I had validated the game. I spent the rest of the night in the center of my living room, sitting on the floor, away from the windows. I held the flashlight like a weapon. Every time I shifted my weight, I heard a corresponding shift on the roof. If I coughed, a soft, hacking sound echoed from the attic vents. It was studying me. It was learning my vocabulary of noise. By the third day, the isolation was becoming a secondary threat to my own sanity. I hadn't slept more than 2 hours. I went to work because I was terrified to stay home, but the sound followed me there too. In the quiet moments of the office, I'd hear a faint asterisk thump against the partition of my cubicle. When I went to the bathroom, I'd hear the stall door next to me creak, even though the room was empty. It was no longer just a sound. It was a presence that used sound as a tether. I decided I had to leave. I packed a bag in 10 minutes, throwing clothes and my laptop into a duffel. I didn't care about the house or my belongings. I just needed to be somewhere with people, somewhere with constant, chaotic noise that this thing couldn't mimic. I ran to my car, backed out of the driveway so fast I sprayed gravel, and didn't look in the rearview mirror until I was 5 miles away. I checked into a motel in the city, a place right next to the interstate where the roar of traffic was a constant, comforting blanket. I sat on the edge of the bed, finally feeling a sense of relief. The TV was on, the hum of the air conditioner was steady, and the walls were thin enough that I could hear the muffled voices of the couple in the next room. I reached into my bag to grab my phone charger. My hand brushed against something cold and hard at the bottom of the bag. I pulled it out. It was a smooth, gray stone from my backyard. The air in the motel room suddenly felt freezing. I stared at the stone in my palm. I hadn't put it there. I hadn't even been near the deck when I packed. I dropped the stone on the nightstand. Clack. From under the motel bed, a perfect, identical asterisk clack rang out. I didn't move. I couldn't. I sat there as the realization washed over me. It didn't matter where I went. It didn't matter how loud the world was. The sound wasn't following me home anymore. It was home. Slowly, the scratching started again. Not on the roof, not on the walls, but from the floorboards directly beneath my feet. It was the sound of something heavy being dragged. Scritch, scritch, pause. Then a voice. It wasn't my voice this time. It was a composite, a horrifying blend of the gravel in my driveway, the creak of my kitchen door, and the frantic sob I hadn't even realized I was letting out. I see you, it whispered. I didn't stay to see what was under the bed. I left everything, my bag, my laptop, my car keys, and I ran. I ran until I found a police officer parked outside a 24-hour diner. I was hysterical, rambling about stones and echoes and sounds that wouldn't stop. He looked at me with a mixture of pity and annoyance. He searched the motel room, but of course, there was nothing. No stone on the nightstand. No one under the bed. He told me to go home and get some sleep. He suggested I see a doctor about stress-induced auditory hallucinations. I never went back to that house. I broke my lease, paid the fees, and moved 2 states away to an apartment in the middle of a bustling downtown. I live on the 12th floor now. I never go for walks at night. I keep a white noise machine running in every room, 24/7. But sometimes, when the power blinks out during a storm and the machines die, the silence returns. And in that silence, I'll hear a single, soft asterisk tap on the back of my chair. The moral is simple. We think we are the masters of our environment because we can see what's in front of us. But we forget that the world is mostly made of shadows and vibrations. If you're ever out alone and you hear a sound that seems a little too familiar, don't stop. Don't look back. And for God's sake, don't ever talk back to it. Because once you give it your voice, it will never stop using it. The apartment in downtown Seattle was supposed to be my fortress. It was a glass and steel box suspended high above the transit lines, a place where the air was never truly still. Below me, the city breathed in a constant, jagged rhythm. The hiss of bus brakes, the distant wail of sirens, the rhythmic asterisk thump-thump of subwoofers from cars idling at the light on 4th Avenue. I took a job in data entry for a medical billing firm, a soul-crushing role that required zero verbal communication. I became a ghost in a city of millions, convinced that if I submerged myself in enough white noise, the tether would finally snap. For 6 months, it worked. I grew accustomed to the hum of the refrigerator and the dull roar of the HVAC system. I bought 3 high-end white noise machines, one for the bedroom, one for the kitchen, and one that sat directly outside the bathroom door. I lived in a curated cacophony. I stopped speaking almost entirely. When I had to order food, I used apps. When I saw my neighbors in the hallway, I offered a tight-lipped nod and kept my eyes on the carpet. I was terrified that if I let a single syllable escape my throat, the thing that had followed me from the woods of Olympia would find the frequency it needed to tune back in. But silence is not the absence of sound. It is merely a space waiting to be filled. It happened on a Tuesday in late November. A transformer blew 3 blocks away during a freak ice storm. In an instant, the city's heartbeat flatlined. The streetlights flickered and died. The glowing skyscrapers went dark. And most importantly, my apartment fell into a vacuum of absolute, terrifying stillness. The white noise machines gave a final, dying whir and went silent. I was standing in the kitchen, pouring a glass of water when the world vanished into the black. I froze, the glass halfway to my lips. My heart, which I had spent months trying to calm, began that familiar, frantic drumming against my ribs. I told myself to breathe. I told myself it was just a power outage, a mundane urban inconvenience. I reached for my phone on the counter, my fingers trembling. Clink. The sound was sharp. It was the sound of a glass hitting a granite countertop, but my glass was still in my hand. I stood paralyzed. The sound had come from the other side of the kitchen island, exactly where I had been standing 5 seconds earlier. It wasn't just a similar sound. It was the exact acoustic signature of my glassware hitting my counter. I felt the air in the room grow heavy, as if the atmospheric pressure had suddenly spiked. I didn't turn on my phone's flashlight. I knew better now. Instead, I backed away slowly, my socks sliding silently over the hardwood. I made it to the living room, my eyes adjusting to the dim gray light filtering in from the frozen city outside. I sat on the sofa, pulling my knees to my chest, praying for the power to return, for the hum to save me. Then, from the darkness of the hallway, I heard it. Step, slide, pause. It was the sound of my own gait. It was the specific, slightly heavy footfall of my left foot, followed by the soft drag of my right heel, a habit I'd developed after twisting my ankle years ago. The sound moved from the bathroom toward the bedroom. Step, slide, pause. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my palms against my ears. It's not there, I hissed into the dark. It's an auditory flashback, PTSD. It's not real. It's not real, a voice whispered from the corner of the ceiling. It was my voice, but it was wrong. It sounded like a recording played through a blown speaker, distorted and metallic, yet unmistakably mine. The cadence was a perfect mockery of my own panic denial. I bolted for the front door. I didn't grab a coat, I didn't grab my shoes. I fumbled with the deadbolt, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I swung the door open and sprinted into the hallway, heading for the emergency stairs. The stairwell was a concrete throat, echoing with the sound of my own frantic descent. 12 flights. I took them 2 at a time, the sound of my breathing echoing back at me from the walls. But as I reached the 8th floor, I realized the echoes weren't matching up. I would take 2 steps and the stairwell would return 4. I would gasp for air, and a chorus of gasps would erupt from the landing below me and the landing above me. It was surrounding me, using the geometry of the building to weave a web of my own noises. I stopped, clutching the cold metal railing, my lungs burning. The echoes didn't stop. They continued down the stairs, a phantom version of me sprinting away into the basement. And then, from the door I had just passed on the 8th floor, came a new sound. Tee-tap, tee-tap, tee-tap. Someone was tapping on the heavy steel fire door. I didn't look. I plunged downward, my legs feeling like lead, until I burst through the ground floor exit and into the freezing night air. The street was a graveyard of stalled cars and huddling shadows. I ran toward the lights of a hospital 3 blocks away, knowing that a 24-hour emergency room was the only place left where the silence couldn't reach me. I spent the night in the waiting room, hunched in a plastic chair, surrounded by the coughing of the sick and the constant, beautiful chatter of the triage nurses. I told the security guard I had been mugged and lost my keys. He let me stay. I sat there, vibrating with exhaustion, watching the sun rise over the icy skyline. When the power was restored the next afternoon, I didn't go back to the apartment. I called a high-end moving company, one of those white-glove services that handles everything. I told them I had been called away on an emergency and needed my entire apartment packed and put into long-term storage. I gave them my credit card number and told them to leave the keys with the concierge. I moved into a residential hotel near the airport. The roar of the jet engines every few minutes was a godsend. I stayed there for a month, living out of a suitcase, watching the planes take off and land. I began to think that maybe I could live like this, a nomad in the loudest places on Earth. I looked into jobs on oil rigs or in construction, anywhere the decibel level was high enough to drown out a heartbeat. But the thing about the sound is that it doesn't just mimic, it infiltrates. It waits for the gaps. I was at a crowded diner near the tarmac, the kind of place where the clatter of silverware and the shouting of short-order cooks creates a thick, protective wall of noise. I was eating a sandwich, staring blankly at a muted news report on the TV above the bar. A young woman sat down 2 stools away from me. She was pretty, with tired eyes and a leather jacket that looked like it had seen better days. She ordered a coffee and started rummaging through her bag. "Hey," she said, her voice barely audible over the din of the diner. "Do you have the time? My phone died." I froze. It was the first time someone had spoken directly to me in weeks. I felt a surge of ancient, primal fear. I didn't want to answer. I wanted to stay silent, but the social conditioning was too strong. I checked my watch. "It's 6:50, I said. My voice sounded thin and raspy from disuse. She smiled, a small, genuine thing. "Thanks, long day." "Long year," I replied, and for a second I felt a flicker of humanity. We talked for 10 minutes, meaningless, beautiful small talk about the weather and the airport traffic. For those 10 minutes, I forgot about the woods in Olympia. I forgot about the stones and the tapping on the roof. I felt like a man again, not a prey animal. When she stood up to leave, she reached into her pocket to pull out a few crumpled bills for her coffee. As she did, something fell out of her pocket and hit the linoleum floor with a sharp, heavy thunk. She didn't notice. She paid and walked out the door, disappearing into the rainy evening. I looked down at the floor. My heart stopped. There, resting on the dirty tile, was a small, smooth, gray stone. I stared at it, the noise of the diner suddenly feeling miles away, as if I were underwater. I reached down, my fingers trembling, and picked it up. It was cold, unnaturally cold, as if it had been sitting in a freezer. I turned it over in my hand. On the bottom of the stone, written in what looked like black permanent marker, was a single word: my name. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just sat there holding the stone while the world began to dissolve. I realized then that I had been wrong about the game. It wasn't about the sound following me. It wasn't about a creature in the woods. The sound was a symptom. The stones were markers. I left the diner and walked out into the rain. I didn't go back to the hotel. I started walking toward the edge of the city, toward the places where the concrete gives way to the weeds and the abandoned warehouses. I walked until the noise of the airport faded into a dull, distant hum. I walked until I found an empty lot, overgrown with blackberry brambles and choked with the rusted remains of old machinery. I stood in the center of the lot and waited. The silence of the night settled over me like a shroud. "I'm here," I said, my voice clear and steady for the first time in years. I waited for the mimicry. I waited for the gravelly hum or the distorted echo of my own words, but it didn't come. Instead, I heard a new sound. It was the sound of 1,000 voices, all whispering at once, a tidal wave of white noise made of human speech. It wasn't coming from the trees or the shadows. It was coming from inside my own head. "We see you," the voices whispered, a perfect, terrifying harmony. I realized then that the sound wasn't a thing that was following me. It was a thing that was asterisk becoming me. Every sound I had ever made, every word I had ever spoken, every footstep I had ever taken, it had been collected. It had been harvested. The creature in the woods hadn't been mocking me. It had been replacing me bit by bit, vibration by vibration. I looked down at my hands. In the dim light, they looked pale and translucent, like they were made of fog. I tried to clap them together, but they made no sound. I tried to stomp my foot, but the gravel didn't crunch. I had become the silence. I looked across the lot and saw a figure standing by the fence. It was wearing my jacket. It was holding my keys. It turned to look at me, and for a fleeting, horrific second, I saw my own face. The face I had seen in the kitchen window back in Olympia. It was a perfect replica, right down to the tired circles under the eyes and the slight scar on the chin. The figure smiled. It reached into its pocket, pulled out a handful of smooth, gray stones, and dropped them on the ground. Clack, clack, clack. The sound was beautiful. It was rich and textured and real. The figure turned and walked away, its footsteps echoing with a perfect, rhythmic step-slide pause asterisk. It walked toward the city, toward my life, toward the people who would never know the difference. I tried to call out, to scream, to beg it to come back, but I had no voice left. I was just a vibration in the air, a lingering echo of a man who had stayed out too late in the Pacific Northwest fog. I am still here, in the empty spaces between the noises. I am the creak in your floorboards that you can't explain. I am the tapping on your window that stops when you look. I am the half-second delay in your own echo. I am the sound that follows you home, and I am very, very hungry for a new voice. So if you're out tonight and the wind begins to play tricks on your ears, don't ignore it. Don't think it's just the trees or the shifting timber. Because once you hear me, I've already started recording. And once I have enough of you, I'll be the one walking through your front door, and you'll be the one left behind in the dark, waiting for someone else to speak. Listen closely. Do you hear that? Scritch, scritch, pause. That's not the wind, that's me, and I'm much closer than you think. The transition wasn't sudden. It was a slow, agonizing dissolution, like a photograph left in the sun until the colors bleed into white. I stood in that vacant lot, a shimmer in the air, watching my own back retreat toward the glowing amber haze of the city. My double walked with a confidence I hadn't possessed in years. It didn't flinch at the distant roar of a jet. It didn't pull its shoulders up against the rain. It was the master of the noise now. I tried to move, to chase after it, but my legs felt like smoke. There was no resistance from the ground, no friction. I was a thought without a thinker, a vibration without a string. I looked down at the gray stone I had picked up in the diner. It was still there, but it was no longer solid. It was a pocket of dense, cold silence shaped like a rock. My name on the bottom wasn't ink anymore. It was a void, a hole in the fabric of the world where my identity used to be. The first few hours were the hardest. I drifted through the outskirts of the city, drawn toward the sound of life like a moth to a flame. I found myself standing outside a late-night laundromat. The fluorescent lights hummed, a jagged electrical snarl that used to set my teeth on edge. Now I hungered for it. I pressed my translucent hands against the glass, trying to catch the vibration of the spinning dryers. A man inside, folding towels, looked up. He didn't see me, but he shivered. He looked at the window, squinting at his own reflection, and then he did something that made my non-existent heart ache. He whistled. It was a low, wandering tune, tuneless and idle. To him, it was nothing. To me, it was a feast. I reached out, trying to catch the notes as they drifted through the glass, trying to pull them into the vacuum of my chest. I realized then that I wasn't just a ghost. I was a predator of frequency. I spent weeks in the margins. I learned that I could hitch a ride on loud noises. If a freight train rumbled past, I could wrap myself in its thunder and travel miles in seconds. If a siren wailed, I could stretch myself thin and ride the peak of the pitch. But the more I moved, the more I realized I was fading. The me that was left, the memories of my mother's voice, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the feeling of a heavy blanket was being eroded by the very silence I had become. I needed to feed. I needed to find someone who was like I had been, someone who listened too closely. I found her in a library on the edge of the university district. She was a student, surrounded by stacks of books on linguistics and acoustic ecology. She wore noise-canceling headphones, but I could tell she wasn't listening to music. She was seeking the same thing I had sought, a sanctuary from the world's roar. I drifted into the carrel next to her. The library was a tomb of hushed whispers and the turning of pages. It was the perfect hunting ground. I waited until she took her headphones off to rub her eyes. The silence in the room was thick, heavy with the dust of old paper. I leaned in close to her ear. I didn't have a voice, not a real one. I had to use the leftovers. I reached into the static of my memory and pulled out the sound of the stone hitting the nightstand in that motel room. Clegg. She froze, her hand stayed pressed to her temple. She looked around, her eyes darting to the empty chair beside her. She didn't see me, but she felt the cold. She checked her watch, then her phone. She looked at the wooden surface of the desk, searching for the source of the sound. I waited. I let the silence stretch until it became uncomfortable, until she could hear the blood rushing in her own ears. Then, I gave her a gift. I used the sound of the gravel in my old driveway. Crunch. She jumped this time, a small, sharp movement. She gathered her books with trembling hands, her breath hitching. That hitch, that tiny, jagged intake of air was what I wanted. I swallowed it. I felt a spark of heat in my chest, a momentary solidification of my edges. I followed her home. She lived in a basement apartment, a place of concrete walls and muffled echoes. She kept the lights low and the TV off. She was a quiet soul, the kind of person who apologized to furniture when she bumped into it. She was perfect. I took up residence in the corners of her ceiling. I watched her sleep. I watched her eat. And every time she made a sound, a sigh, a hum, the scrape of a chair, I took it. I replaced it with a stone. I started small, leaving a pebble on her windowsill, then another on her bathroom rug. She began to change. She stopped going to class. She stopped answering her phone. She spent her days sitting in the center of her bed, her eyes wide, listening. She was becoming tuned to me. She was learning the rhythm of my mimicry. One night the power went out. A storm was rolling off the sound, the wind howling through the alleyways. In the absolute dark of her basement, she finally spoke to me. "Who are you?" she whispered. Her voice was beautiful, a soft, melodic alto that trembled with a terrifying fragility. I didn't answer with words. I couldn't yet. Instead, I gave her back the sound of her own question, but I pitched it down, dragging it through the gravel and the creaking kitchen door of my own past. "Who are you?" I echoed. She burst into tears. I caught the sound of her sobbing and wove it into the static. I felt myself growing heavier, more opaque. I could see the outlines of my fingers now. I could feel the cold of the floor. I realized the cycle was almost complete. I wasn't just a parasite. I was a replacement in training. The creature that had taken my life wasn't a unique monster. It was just the latest version of a viral silence that had been hopping from person to person since the dawn of time. We are the echoes that outlive the voice. But as I watched her cower in the dark, a flicker of my old self, the man who had run from the motel, the man who had tried to hide in the noise, rose up. I remembered the terror. I remembered the feeling of losing my grip on the world. I looked at the girl. She was so young. She had a life of sounds ahead of her, concerts, arguments, laughter, the whispered, "I love you" of a future partner. If I took her voice, I would be the one to hear those things, but I wouldn't feel them. I would just be a recording playing back a life I didn't own. I reached out a hand, intending to touch her shoulder to comfort her, but as my fingers brushed the fabric of her shirt, I felt the hunger surge. It wasn't a choice. It was a physical law. The vacuum must be filled. My hand didn't feel like skin. It felt like a magnet, pulling the very essence of her toward me. She gasped, her body jerking as if she'd been hit by a low-voltage current. The sound she made wasn't a scream. It was a hollow, rushing noise, like air being sucked out of a room. I pulled back, horrified. I retreated into the shadows of the laundry room, my form flickering violently. I realized then that I couldn't stay near her without destroying her. I was a black hole of identity. I fled the basement. I ran back into the storm, back into the roar of the city. I realized I couldn't keep doing this. I couldn't just haunt the quiet ones until they vanished. There had to be another way. I found myself back at the airport, standing at the end of the runway where the giant international jets took off. The noise here was physical. It was a wall of sound that vibrated through my very atoms. I stood in the tall grass, the rain lashing at my face, and I waited for a Boeing 747 to scream overhead. As the engines roared, a sound so loud it felt like it could shatter the sky, I opened my mouth and let out everything I had taken. I gave back the gravel, the stones, the kitchen door, the girl's sob, and my own name. I threw them into the jet wash, letting the mechanical thunder tear them apart. I didn't disappear, but I didn't solidify either. I became a different kind of ghost. I became the static between radio stations. I became the hum of the power lines that no one notices until it's late at night. I became the background radiation of the modern world. I stopped following individuals. I started following the noise itself. I found that if I stayed in the loudest places, the factories, the construction sites, the busy intersections, I could exist without consuming. The sheer volume of the world provided enough food to keep my form stable without having to steal a human voice. I became a creature of the machine age, a phantom of the industrial sprawl. But sometimes, I still think about the man who is living my life. I found him once a year later. He was living in a nice house in the suburbs of Bellevue. He had a dog. He had a wife. I watched him through the window of his living room. He was laughing at something on the TV. He looked happy. He looked real. I stood in the shadows of his backyard near the deck. I looked down at the ground. It was covered in wood chips and manicured grass. No stones. He got up to get a drink, and for a second he caught his reflection in the glass of the sliding door. He paused. The smile didn't leave his face, but his eyes. His eyes were different. They were flat. They were the eyes of something that had spent a long time in the dark, learning how to look human. He looked right at the spot where I was standing. He didn't see me, but he knew. He raised his glass in a silent toast. Then he tapped on the glass. Tea-tap, tea-tap, tea-tap. It was the same rhythm I had used on the fire door in the apartment building. A greeting, a reminder. I realized then that we are all just sounds in the dark. Some of us are original and some of us are echoes, and after a while the distinction doesn't even matter. The world keeps turning and the noise keeps growing, and there is always room for one more shadow in the chorus. I turned away from the house and walked back toward the interstate. The traffic was a steady, comforting roar. I stepped into the flow of the sound, letting the vibrations carry me away. I don't look for homes anymore. I don't look for voices, I just listen. And if you're ever lying in bed at night and you hear a sound that you can't quite place, a soft scratching in the walls, a distant clack on the floorboards, don't be afraid. It might be the thing that took my life. It might be the thing that wants yours. But it might also just be me, passing through on the back of a passing truck, reminding you to cherish the noise while you still have a throat to make it. Because the silence is patient, the silence is hungry, and the silence is the only thing that truly lasts. I am the sound that follows you home, but I am also the sound that reminds you that you are still there. Listen to your heartbeat. Listen to your breath. Listen to the way your voice cracks when you're tired. Those are the things that make you real. Hold on to them. Don't let the stones gather. Don't let the echoes catch up. And whatever you do, if you hear a voice in the dark that sounds exactly like yours, just keep talking. Don't let it have the last word. Because once the silence starts speaking for you, there's no coming back. You're just another vibration in the night, waiting for the power to go out, waiting for the world to go still, waiting for the next person to walk alone into the woods of Olympia. The cycle continues. The sound moves on. Scritch, scritch, pause. I'm listening, are you? The airport was my cathedral, but even cathedrals grow cold when the divinity is made of jet fuel and screaming turbines. I existed in the resonance of the tarmac for months, a parasite of the industrial cacophony. I discovered that if I stood precisely at the intersection of two crossing runways, the sheer physical pressure of the sound waves could almost knit my atoms back into something resembling a body. For those few seconds of takeoff, I felt the weight of my bones. I felt the phantom itch of skin. I was a man again, if only a man made of thunder. But the planes always landed, the engines always cooled, and in the shivering lulls between flights, the hunger returned, not a hunger for food, but a hunger for definition. Without a constant stream of noise to fill the vacuum of my silhouette, I began to leak. I would look at my feet and see the runway paint through them. I would try to hum to myself, but the sound would be sucked into the void of my throat, leaving nothing but a dry, raspy clicking. I realized then that the me who was living in Bellevue, the thing that had stolen my jacket and my wife, wasn't just a replacement. It was an anchor. As long as it walked the earth using my frequency, I was tethered to the world of the living as a hollow negative. I was the shadow it cast, and a shadow cannot survive forever without a light. I left the airport. I didn't hitch a ride on a truck or a train this time. I walked. Or rather, I drifted, pulled by a magnetic tug I couldn't ignore. I was being drawn back to the source, not to the woods in Olympia and not to the house in Bellevue, but to the diner, the place where the stones had first been handed to me, the place where the contract of my silence had been signed in grease and rain. The city felt different now. To a creature of vibration, the world is a map of hidden intentions. I could hear the desperation in the squeak of a bicycle chain. I could hear the mourning in the way a streetlight flickered. I passed a park where a group of teenagers were playing music on a portable speaker. The bass was a rhythmic thumping that felt like a heartbeat I had lost. I stood near them, invisible, and for a moment, the music filled the holes in my chest. One of the girls looked toward me, her brow furrowing. She didn't see a man. She saw a ripple in the humid air, a distortion like heat rising from asphalt. She turned the volume up, and I felt a surge of gratitude. "Did you hear that?" she asked her friends. "Hear what?" Like a sigh right behind me. I pulled away. I didn't want to be a sigh. I didn't want to be the reason a girl felt a chill on a summer night. I reached the diner at 3 in the morning. The neon sign was buzzing, a sharp, aggressive ZZT asterisk that sounded like a hornet trapped in a glass jar. I stepped inside. The bell above the door didn't ring when I entered, but the air in the vestibule swirled as if a vacuum had been opened. The waitress was there, not the one from before, but someone older, her face a map of late shifts and cheap cigarettes. She was wiping down the counter with a rag that smelled of bleach. She didn't look up when I sat in the corner booth, the same booth where I had met the man with the stones. I waited. I didn't have a voice to order coffee, and I didn't have a body to occupy the vinyl seat, but I had presence. I concentrated all my will on the sugar shaker in the center of the table. I wanted it to move. I wanted to make a sound that wasn't a theft. Clink. The glass shaker slid an inch to the left. The waitress stopped wiping. She looked at the shaker, then at the empty booth. She didn't scream. She just sighed, a long, weary sound that I felt in my very marrow. "You're early," a voice said. I turned, or the part of me that functioned as a head turned. In the booth directly behind me sat a man. He wasn't the man from before. He was younger, wearing a high school Letterman jacket that looked 40 years out of date. He was eating a slice of cherry pie, the red filling looking like a wound on the white ceramic plate. "I'm not early," I tried to say. What came out was the sound of a distant car crash, muffled by miles of forest. The young man nodded as if I'd spoken perfectly. The transition is never clean. There's always a bit of static left over. a bit of you that doesn't want to let go. He took a bite of pie, his chewing making a wet, rhythmic sound that made me ache with jealousy. You're the echo. You're the part that wasn't worth recording. I reached out my hand. It was almost entirely transparent now, just a suggestion of fingers in the dim light. I wanted to grab him, to demand my life back, to ask why I had been chosen. Why? I vibrated. The windows of the diner rattled in their frames. Because you listened, the young man said, wiping his mouth with a paper napkin. Most people, they drown it out. They live in the roar and they never hear the gaps. But you were looking for the silence. You invited it in. And once the silence finds a host that's willing to hold its breath, it moves in. It's not a haunting, friend. It's an eviction. He stood up. As he moved, I realized he didn't make any noise at all. His boots hit the linoleum with the sound of a falling leaf. He was like me, but further along. Or perhaps he was the one who had preceded the man who preceded me. A lineage of ghosts, each one replaced by a louder, more vibrant version of themselves. He's doing well, by the way, the young man said, gesturing toward the door, toward the city where my double lived. The one in your house. He's much better at being you than you ever were. He doesn't worry about the noise. He doesn't look over his shoulder. Your wife, she's happy. She thinks you finally found peace. The words were a serrated blade. I felt my form begin to dissolve, the edges of my vision fraying into white noise. The anger I felt was the only thing keeping me coherent. It was a hot, dense knot in the center of my nothingness. I want out, I hissed. The sound was the screech of a subway train braking on rusted tracks. The young man smiled. It was a sad, knowing expression. There is no out. There is only the chorus. But if you're tired of being a shadow, there is a way to become the conductor. He reached into the pocket of his Letterman jacket and pulled out a stone. It wasn't gray and smooth like the others. This one was jagged, black as obsidian, and it seemed to pull the light from the room into its center. He set it on the table between us. The stones aren't just markers, he whispered. They're batteries. They store the frequencies that the silence can't digest. If you want to be real again, you have to stop trying to take back your own life. That life is gone. It's been overwritten. If you want a voice, you have to steal a new one. He pushed the black stone toward me. Go back to the woods, not the ones in Olympia. Go to the places where the people go to be alone. The hikers, the poets, the brokenhearted. Find someone who is quiet. Find someone who is listening for an answer. I looked at the stone. I could hear it. It wasn't a single sound. It was a cacophony of screams, laughter, whispers, and cries, all compressed into a single, vibrating mass. It was a soul thief's toolkit. If I do this, I vibrated, what happens to the girl, the one in the basement? The young man shrugged. She's already heard you. The recording has started. Whether you finish it or someone else does, that's not up to you. The silence always finds its way home. He walked toward the door. This time the bell rang. It was the loudest sound I had ever heard, a pure golden chime that seemed to shatter the walls of the diner. When the door swung shut, he was gone. I sat in the booth for a long time, staring at the black stone. The waitress came by and picked up the pie plate. She didn't see the stone. She didn't see me. She just shivered and rubbed her arms, muttering something about a draft. I picked up the stone. It felt heavy. It felt asterisk, real asterisk. The moment my fingers, or the suggestion of my fingers, touched the jagged surface, I felt a jolt of electricity. For a split second, I saw a face. Not my face, not the double's face. It was a woman I had never met, her eyes wide with terror as she stood on a bridge over a rushing river. I heard her scream, and then the scream was inside me, a sharp, bright needle of sound that gave me a shape. I left the diner. I didn't go back to the airport. I headed for the mountains. I found a trail that wound high above the tree line, a place where the air was thin, and the only sound was the whistling of the wind through the crags. I waited near a scenic overlook, a place where people stopped to take pictures of the valley below. A man came along. He was older, carrying a heavy pack, his breath coming in short, rhythmic gasps. He sat on a rock and took off his hat, wiping sweat from his forehead. He looked out at the view and let out a long, satisfied sigh. "Beautiful," he whispered. I was behind him. I didn't use the stones this time. I didn't use the mimicry. I simply opened the void of my chest and let out a tiny sliver of the black stone's power. Clegg. The man turned. He didn't see anything but the swaying pines. He frowned, his ears straining. He lived in a world of birdsong and wind, and the sound of a stone hitting a floorboard was an alien intrusion. I leaned in. I didn't want his life. I didn't want his wife or his house or his dog. I just wanted his beautiful. I wanted the way his voice caught on the U. I wanted the vibration of his vocal cords as they expressed awe. I took it. He gasped, clutching his throat. He tried to speak again, but only a dry puff of air came out. He looked around, panic rising in his eyes. He began to scramble for his pack, his movements clumsy and loud. Every sound he made, the scrape of his boot, the jingle of his keys, the frantic thud of his heart, I harvested. I felt myself thickening. I looked at my hands. They weren't translucent anymore. They were gray, the color of a storm cloud, but they were solid. I could feel the texture of my jacket. I could feel the cold wind on my face. But as I grew more real, the man grew more faint. He was shrinking into the shadows, his colors bleeding out into the gray of the rocks. He looked at me, and I saw the recognition in his eyes. He realized that the thing standing in front of him wasn't a man. It was a recording that had decided to play itself back. I reached out and touched his forehead. It felt like touching cold water. "Thank you," I said. My voice was a patchwork. It had the timbre of the old man, the pitch of the student in the library, and the gravel of the man from the diner. It was a monster's voice, a Frankenstein's monster of phonemes and frequencies. The man vanished. There were no stones left behind, just a silence so profound it felt like the world had ended. I walked down the mountain. I felt heavy. I felt alive. But as I reached the trailhead, I heard a sound. It wasn't the wind and it wasn't a bird. It was a footstep, step, slide, pause. I froze. I looked behind me. The trail was empty. The trees were still. Step, slide, pause. It was closer now. It was coming from the shadows beneath the hemlocks. I realized then that the young man in the diner had lied. Or maybe he just hadn't told the whole truth. You don't get to be the conductor. You just get to be a louder instrument in the symphony. And every instrument eventually gets replaced. I started to run. My boots hit the dirt with a heavy, satisfying thud. But underneath that thud, I could hear the echo. A split-second delay. A mimicry that was already learning the rhythm of my new heart. I am not the only one out here. The Pacific Northwest is full of us. The echoes, the shadows, the hungry silences. We are in the fog of the sound, the rain of the Olympics, and the neon glare of Seattle. We are a food chain of sound, and I had just moved one rung up. I reached my car, the car the double had left at the trailhead, the key still in the ignition. I got in and slammed the door. The sound was a glorious, violent asterisk thump. I started the engine, the roar of the old V6 filling the cabin. I turned the radio up as loud as it would go, a wall of static and pop music that shielded me from the world outside. But as I backed out of the parking space, I looked in the rearview mirror. Standing at the edge of the trees was a figure. It was wearing a hiker's pack. It was wearing a hat. It had the face of the man I had just taken. It didn't move. It didn't wave. It just stood there, a gray smudge against the green. I drove. I drove until the sun came up, until I was back in the heart of the city, back in the safety of the noise. I found a cheap apartment above a 24-hour bowling alley. The constant crash of pins and the rumble of the ball returns was my lullaby. It was the only thing that kept the echoes at bay. I am still here. I have a voice now, but it isn't mine. I have a body, but it feels like a suit of clothes that's a size too small. I spend my days in record stores and construction sites. I surround myself with the loudest, most chaotic sounds I can find. Because I know that somewhere out there in the quiet places, something is listening to me. Something is recording the way I breathe, the way I laugh, the way I scream in my sleep. It's waiting for me to be still. It's waiting for the silence to return. And sometimes, when the bowling alley goes quiet for those few hours in the pre-dawn light, I hear it. A soft tapping on the floorboards, a handful of stones being dropped on the rug. Clack, clack, clack. I don't look. I just turn on the television, crank the volume, and start talking to the empty room. I tell stories. I recite poetry. I scream nonsense at the walls. I won't let it have the last word, not tonight. But I can feel the black stone in my pocket vibrating against my leg. It's hungry again, and I know that sooner or later I'll have to go back to the woods. I'll have to find a new voice to feed the void. So if you're out there and you think you're alone in the quiet, just remember, the silence isn't empty. It's just waiting for its turn to speak. And it's a very good mimic. Listen. Do you hear that? The sound of your own breath. Are you sure it's yours? Scritch, scritch, pause. I'm getting closer, and I really like the way you sound. The transition from shadow back into substance was not the clean, surgical restoration I had imagined. It was a messy, discordant grafting. My new skin felt like a borrowed coat, stiff in the joints and smelling faintly of someone else's laundry detergent. The hiker's beautiful sat in my throat like a marble, heavy and polished. When I spoke, I could feel the vibration of his vocal cords. A man who had loved his wife for 40 years, who had a weakness for black coffee and a slight wheeze in his left lung. I was a thief inhabiting a house I hadn't built, and the architecture was starting to reject me. The bowling alley was my fortress. The asterisk thwack rumble crash of the lanes provided a constant physical barrier, a wall of kinetic energy that kept the static from leaking back into my limbs. I sat in my apartment above the pins, the floorboards vibrating with every strike, and tried to practice being human. I would stand in front of the cracked bathroom mirror and try to make the hiker's face do things it wasn't meant to do. I'd force a smile, but the muscles would twitch, revealing the gray, buzzing void beneath the surface. I was a low-resolution broadcast trying to pass for a live performance. But the black stone was a jealous god. It didn't just give, it demanded. Every morning I woke up a little more translucent. The color of my stolen eyes would fade from hazel to a dull, milky slate. The weight of my footsteps would lighten until I was barely tripping the motion sensor lights in the hallway. The hunger wasn't in my stomach, it was in my very atoms. They were vibrating at a frequency that was slowly shaking the world apart, a silent scream for more realness. I realized then that the hiker hadn't been enough. He was a quiet man, a man of sighs and whispers. To stay solid, I needed something louder. I needed the high-frequency jaggedness of youth, the resonance of someone who screamed at concerts and argued in bars. I needed a voice that could cut through the fog of my own dissolution. I drove back toward the city, the black stone pulsing against my thigh like a second heart. The car felt like a coffin made of glass and steel. Every time I hit a red light and the engine idled, the silence would creep in through the vents, tasting my air, checking to see if I was still there. I'd tap my fingers on the dashboard, asterisk, tap, 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 asterisk, just to prove I occupied space. But the echo was always there, a fraction of a second behind me, mocking my rhythm. I found myself drawn to the university district. It was a hive of sonic activity. The air was thick with the hum of buses, the chatter of students, and the distant, rhythmic thumping of a drum circle in the park. This was a buffet of existence. I parked the car and stepped out, feeling the sheer density of the noise press against me like a warm current. For a moment, I felt strong. I felt opaque. I followed the sound of a protest. A group of several hundred people were marching down the main throughway, chanting slogans through megaphones. The air was electric with righteous anger, a sharp metallic vibration that made the black stone in my pocket hiss with anticipation. I waded into the crowd, invisible in the sea of bodies. I wasn't looking for a cause, I was looking for a donor. I saw her near the front. She was small, but she had a voice that seemed to command the very air around her. She was leading a chant, her throat straining, her face flushed with the effort. Every time she shouted, a wave of pure, concentrated intent rippled through the crowd. She was so loud. She was so incredibly, vibrantly real. I moved closer. The people around me didn't notice the cold pocket of air I brought with me. They didn't see the way the light distorted around my shoulders. They were too caught up in the rhythm, the collective heartbeat of the mob. I reached out, my hand hovering inches from the back of her jacket. The black stone didn't wait for me to act. It leaped. A sudden, violent silence slammed into the center of the protest. It wasn't that the noise stopped. It was that the noise was suddenly being diverted, sucked into a vacuum that had opened up in the middle of the street. The girl stopped mid-shout, her mouth still open, but no sound came out. She clutched her throat, her eyes widening in a terror I knew all too well. I felt the rush. It was like being hit by a freight train of pure identity. Her anger, her passion, the sharp vibrato of her vocal cords, it all poured into me. My gray skin flushed with color. My bones grew heavy and dense. I could feel the individual hairs on my arms, the grit of the pavement beneath my shoes, the smell of exhaust and rain. I was more than a man. I was a monument. But the girl, she began to flicker. She stumbled, her friends reaching out to catch her, but their hands passed through her shoulders as if she were made of smoke. She tried to scream, but the only sound that emerged was the faint, dry clicking of a dead insect. She was becoming the sigh. She was becoming the shadow. The crowd panicked. The rhythm was broken. People were shouting, running, pushing past the girl as she dissolved into the gray light of the afternoon. I stood in the center of the chaos, solid as a rock, feeling the stolen fire burning in my chest. "I'm sorry," I whispered. My voice was a thunderclap. It had the girl's fire and the hiker's weariness, a beautiful, terrifying harmony. I turned and walked away, my footsteps echoing like gunshots on the asphalt. I didn't look back. I couldn't. If I saw her face, the face I was now wearing a piece of, I knew the guilt would vibrate me apart. I returned to my apartment above the bowling alley, but it felt different now. The noise of the pins wasn't a shield anymore, it was an annoyance. I was too loud for this place. I was a high-fidelity recording playing in a tinny room. I sat in the dark, listening to the girl's voice inside my head, repeating the slogan she had died for. They didn't mean anything to me, but the sound was delicious. It was a shield against the thing that followed me home. Except the thing was no longer following. It was waiting. I heard it at midnight, a soft, rhythmic scratching on the other side of the apartment door. Scritch, scritch, pause. I stood up, my new muscles tensing. "Who's there?" I shouted. The walls vibrated with the force of my voice. The scratching stopped. Then a voice replied. "Who's there?" It was my voice. Not the hiker's, not the girl's, but mine asterisk. The original one. The one I had lost in the woods of Olympia. It sounded exactly as I remembered it. A little bit nasal, a little bit hesitant. The voice of a man who spent too much time in libraries and not enough time in the sun. "Go away," I growled. "Go away," the voice mimicked, but it added a laugh. A dry, hollow laugh that sounded like dead leaves blowing across a grave. "You're getting heavy, friend. You're getting so heavy you're starting to sink." I walked to the door and flung it open. The hallway was empty. The fluorescent lights flickered with a high-pitched whine. "I have the stone," I screamed into the emptiness. "I am real, I am here." "You're a collection of echoes," the voice whispered, coming from the shadows near the stairs. "And echoes always fade, even the loud ones, especially the loud ones." I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest. I looked down. A crack had appeared in the center of my sternum, a jagged line of blackness that looked exactly like the surface of the stone. A faint, wispy smoke was beginning to leak out of it, the girl's voice, the hiker's sigh, escaping back into the atmosphere. The black stone wasn't a battery. It was a furnace. It consumed the sounds I stole to keep itself warm, and once it finished with them, it would start on me. I realized then the true nature of the cycle. The man in the diner, the student, the hiker, we weren't just victims. We were fuel. The silence wasn't looking for a host. It was looking for a broadcast. It wanted to be heard, and the only way it could be heard was by wearing our voices like a shroud. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to stay ahead of the leak. I took the car and drove north, toward the mountains, toward the deep, ancient silence of the Cascades. If I was going to burn out, I wanted to do it somewhere where the sound could echo for 1,000 years. The further I drove, the more I fell apart. By the time I reached the mountain pass, I was a kaleidoscope of a dozen different people. I was crying with the hiker's eyes, cursing with the girl's tongue, and breathing with the wheeze of a man I hadn't even realized I'd brushed against in the street. I was a symphony of the stolen. I pulled the car over at a trailhead. The air was cold and still, the kind of silence that feels like a physical weight. I stepped out and my legs buckled. I was light again. I was drifting. I looked at the black stone in my hand. It was glowing now, a dull, pulsing violet. It felt like it was trying to pull my very soul out through my fingertips. "Is this what you want?" I screamed at the trees. The trees didn't answer, but the shadow did. It stepped out from behind a massive cedar. It was me, the original me, the one from Bellevue. He was wearing my favorite jacket, the one with the coffee stain on the cuff. He looked healthy. He looked happy. He looked like a man who had never heard a stone hit a floorboard in his life. "It's time to give it back," he said. His voice was perfect. It was the sound of home. "I can't," I vibrated. I'm everything now." "You're nothing," he said gently. He stepped forward and reached for the stone. As his fingers touched mine, the world exploded into sound. Every scream, every whisper, every laugh I had ever stolen came rushing out of me at once. It was a sonic supernova. The trees bent under the pressure. The windows of the car shattered. I felt myself being torn into a million jagged frequencies, scattered across the mountainside like seeds. And then there was the pause. I was standing in the woods. I was no longer a man. I was no longer a shadow. I was the vibration in the air after a bell has been struck. I was the hum of the earth. I looked down. There were no stones. There was no hiker. There was only the forest and the sound of a car driving away in the distance. My car. He was going home. He was going back to my wife, back to my life, carrying the silence inside him like a sleeping predator. He would be a good husband. He would be a good man. Until the day he heard a scritch on the stairs. Until the day he found a smooth, gray stone in his shoe. I leaned against a tree, or rather, I merged with the resonance of the bark. I wasn't hungry anymore. I wasn't afraid. I was part of the chorus now. I waited. A few hours later, a young couple came hiking up the trail. They were laughing, their voices bright and careless, cutting through the stillness of the woods. They stopped near my tree to catch their breath. "Did you hear that?" the boy asked, tilting his head. "Hear what?" the girl replied, wiping her brow. "Like a hum, like the whole mountain is vibrating." I leaned in close to his ear. I didn't have a voice, but I had a frequency. I didn't have a body, but I had a memory of what it felt like to be loud. I didn't steal his voice. I didn't take his side. I just gave him a gift. Clegg. The boy froze. He looked down at his feet. There, resting on the toe of his expensive hiking boot, was a small, smooth, gray stone. "Where did that come from?" he whispered. I didn't answer. I just watched as he picked it up. I watched as he felt the coolness of the surface, the way it seemed to fit perfectly in the palm of his hand. I watched as the silence began its work. The cycle continues. The sound moves on. I am the wind in the needles. I am the creak of the branch. I am the reason you turn around when you're sure you're alone. I'm listening. Are you? Because I've found a new rhythm, a new way to be heard, and I think you're going to love the way it sounds when it finally reaches you. Just keep walking, don't look back. But if you hear a stone hit the ground behind you, don't pick it up. Unless, of course, you're tired of the noise. Unless you're looking for a way to finally, truly be still. The woods are waiting. The silence is hungry. And I've still got plenty of stones to give. The boy's fingers closed around the stone, and I felt a sympathetic thrum vibrate through the marrow of the trees. It was a tether, a silver cord of intent stretching from the gray void I now inhabited into the warm, caloric reality of his palm. He didn't know it yet, but he had just signed a lease on his own shadow. I watched through the eyes of the forest, through the multifaceted reflections of dew on fern, and the dull obsidian stare of a perched crow, as his girlfriend pulled at his arm. "Come on, Leo," she said. Her voice was a bright, brassy trumpet full of the arrogance of the living. "We're losing the light." Leo blinked. He tucked the stone into the pocket of his cargo shorts. The moment it vanished from sight, the ambient hum of the mountain dropped an octave. The birds didn't stop singing, but their songs felt thinner, like a radio being turned down in another room. I followed them. I didn't walk. I drifted like a pocket of cold air, a localized barometric pressure drop that hugged the heels of their boots. As they descended toward the trailhead, I began to realize the nature of my new existence. I was no longer the thief. I was the medium. I was the static between stations, the resonance in the floorboards. I was the very thing that had hunted me. They reached their car, a sleek modern SUV that beeped with a cheerful electronic chirp as the locks disengaged. To my ears, that chirp was a scream. It was too sharp, too defined. I flowed into the chassis as they slammed the doors. The interior of the car was a pressurized cabin of intimacy. They spoke of dinner, of the work week ahead, of a movie they wanted to see. Their words were solid objects, heavy and rich with meaning. I hovered in the upholstery, drinking in the vibrations of their vocal cords. Leo was quieter than he had been on the ascent. He kept reaching into his pocket, his thumb tracing the smooth, impossible curve of the stone. Every time he touched it, a little bit of the car's interior noise, the rush of the wind, the hum of the tires, seemed to bleed into him. He was becoming a sponge. "You okay?" the girl asked. Her name was Sarah. I liked the way this hissed through her teeth. It was a sharp, cutting sound. "Yeah," Leo said, but his yeah was hollow. It lacked the chesty resonance it had possessed an hour ago. Just a bit of a headache, the altitude maybe. I felt the hunger of the stone through him. It wasn't my hunger anymore, but I was the conductor for it. It wanted that S. It wanted the bright, brassy trumpet of Sarah's laughter. We arrived at their apartment in the city. It was a glass-walled box overlooking a freeway, a nightmare of transparency and constant, low-frequency roar. For a being of silence, it was a minefield, but for a predator of sound, it was a hunting ground. I settled into the corners of the ceiling, stretching my gaseous limbs across the crown molding. That night, the transition began in earnest. Leo laid the stone on his nightstand. In the dark, the stone didn't just sit, it exhaled. A fine gray mist of anti-sound began to coat the room. Sarah was asleep, her breathing a rhythmic, wet snuff-ff. It was the sound of life, of oxygen being traded for carbon, of a heart pumping blood. Leo lay awake, staring at the ceiling. He was listening. He was learning the secret language of the gaps between noises. Scritch. It was a tiny sound, the leg of a cricket against a baseboard. Scritch. Leo sat up. He didn't look scared. He looked curious. He looked like a man who had been told a joke and was waiting for the punchline. I leaned down from the ceiling, my formless essence brushing against his ear. I didn't speak. I simply amplified the silence of the room until it became a physical pressure. I showed him the beauty of the void. I showed him how loud the world really was and how much it hurt to be a part of it. "Do you hear that, Sarah?" he whispered. Sarah didn't wake. She groaned softly and turned over. The sound of her skin sliding against the cotton sheets was like a tectonic shift to Leo's heightened ears. He winced. It was too much. The world was a cacophony of friction and impact. He picked up the stone. The next morning, Leo went to work. He was a graphic designer, a job that required him to sit in an open-plan office filled with the clatter of keyboards, the whir of espresso machines, and the endless, vapid stream of corporate small talk. I rode on his shoulder, a weightless shadow. Every sound hit him like a physical blow. The click of a colleague's pen was a gunshot. The ring of a telephone was an alarm. I could feel his desperation growing. He wanted the quiet. He wanted the mountain. He went to the break room. A woman was there humming a tune while she waited for the microwave. It was a bright, cheerful melody. Leo stood behind her. His hand was in his pocket, gripping the stone so hard his knuckles were white. "Morning, Leo," the woman said, turning around. Her voice was a jagged saw blade. Leo didn't answer. He couldn't. His own voice was already starting to fade, the edges of his words fraying into static. He simply looked at her. The stone pulsed. The microwave dinged, a sharp electronic chime, but the sound didn't finish. It was cut off mid-peak, swallowed by a sudden, localized vacuum. The woman's smile faltered. She opened her mouth to speak, to ask if he was okay, but the air in her lungs seemed to turn to lead. I felt the theft. It was smoother this time, more practiced. The stone didn't just take the sound, it took the resonance. It took the way the woman's chest vibrated when she laughed. It took the sharp, rhythmic clicking of her heels on the linoleum. She didn't disappear, not yet. She just became dull, like a photograph left in the sun for too long. She blinked, confused, and walked past him. Her footsteps were silent. She reached for her coffee mug, but her hand looked translucent against the ceramic. Leo felt a rush of relief. The office seemed to dim, the noise receding into a manageable blur. He was stronger. He was more solid. But I was the one who felt the cost. Every time the stone fed, I felt my own tether to the world grow thinner. I was the bridge, and the bridge was being eroded by the very traffic it carried. I was becoming a memory of a memory. That evening, Leo didn't go home. He drove back toward the mountains. He didn't want the city anymore. He didn't want Sarah. He wanted the source. As he drove, he began to talk to me. He didn't know I was there, not exactly, but he sensed the presence. He sensed the thing that had followed him home and was now leading him back. "It's so much better," he whispered. His voice was a composite now, part his own, part the woman from the break room, part the electronic chime of the microwave. It was a hideous, beautiful chord. The quiet. It's not empty, is it? It's full. It's just sordid. He pulled over at the same trailhead where he had found the stone. The sun was setting, casting long, bruised shadows across the valley. The forest was waiting. I could feel my brothers and sisters, the other echoes, the other sighs, vibrating in the trees. We were a choir of the lost, waiting for a new conductor. Leo stepped out of the car. He didn't lock it. He didn't need to. He wasn't coming back. He walked into the woods, his movements fluid and silent. He wasn't breaking twigs anymore. He was passing through them. The stone in his pocket was glowing with a fierce, cold light. He reached the great cedar, the place where I had finally dissolved. He sat down among the roots, cradling the stone in both hands. "I'm ready," he said. I descended from the canopy, swirling around him like a shroud. I was the cold. I was the dark. I was the sound of a heart stopping. "Are you sure?" I whispered. My voice was 1,000 voices, a tidal wave of stolen identities. Leo looked up. For a second he saw me. He saw the gray, buzzing void that lay beneath the surface of the world. He saw the faces of the hiker, the girl from the protest, the woman from the office, and 100 others, all woven into a single, shimmering tapestry of grief. He didn't flinch, he smiled. "Yes," he said. I reached out and touched his forehead. The explosion was silent. A shockwave of pure negation rippled out from the cedar, flattening the sound for miles in every direction. Leo didn't scream. He didn't have to. His entire being, his memories, his dreams, the way he smelled of old paper and rain, was sucked into the stone in a single violent gulp. And then there was only the stone. It sat on the moss, dark and unassuming. It was heavier now, more significant. I felt a sudden, terrifying pull. The stone wasn't done. It didn't just want the living, it wanted the medium. It wanted me. I tried to pull away, to dissolve back into the trees, but the gravity of the void was too strong. I was being compressed, folded, tucked into the microscopic fissures of the rock. All the voices I had carried, all the echoes I had protected, they were being crushed into a single, dense point of silence. I realized then that there is no us. There is only the stone. There is only the silence. We are just the layers of paint on a canvas that is constantly being scraped clean. I am in the stone now. It's dark here, it's quiet, but it's not peaceful. It's a crowded, screaming darkness. I can feel Leo beside me. I can feel the hiker. I can feel the girl. We are all here, pressed together in a frantic, silent mosh pit of existence. We are the static that the stone uses to lure the next one. We wait. We wait for the sound of a footfall. We wait for the vibration of a voice. And then we hear it. A new hiker. A woman, she's singing to herself. A low, bluesy tune about heartbreak and highways. It's a gorgeous sound. It's full of grit and soul. The stone begins to vibrate. It's hungry again. I am the one who pushes. I am the one who rolls the stone out from under the leaves, placing it directly in her path. I am the one who ensures it catches the last glint of the setting sun. She stops, she looks down. "Oh," she says, her voice is like honey and smoke. "What a pretty little thing." She reaches down. Her fingers are warm. Her pulse is a drumbeat of invitations. As she picks us up, I feel the familiar thrill. I feel the tether snapping into place. I feel the beginning of the end. I am the sound that follows you home. I am the reason your house feels too big at night. I am the reason you turn on the TV just to have some background noise. You think you're drowning out the silence, but you're just giving us something to eat. Listen, do you hear that? The way your furnace hums, the way the wind whistles through the cracks in the window. That's not the wind, that's not the furnace. That's us, we're practicing. We're getting the pitch just right. And soon, we're going to step out of the shadows. We're going to look you in the eye with your own face. We're going to speak to you with your own voice. And you're going to be so relieved to finally have someone to talk to. You're going to be so happy to finally be understood. Until you realize that the person you're talking to isn't making any sound at all. Clack, clack, clack. I'm on your nightstand now. I'm in your pocket. I'm the weight in your hand you can't quite explain. Go ahead, tell me a story. Sing me a song. I promise I won't miss a single note. After all, I'm going to be using them for a very, very long time. The woman's name was Alina. She had a voice that tasted like wood smoke and expensive bourbon, a contralto that vibrated in the very stone we inhabited. When she slipped us into the pocket of her denim jacket, the world didn't just go quiet, it became a cathedral. We, the collective, the choir of the crushed, felt the rhythmic thrum of her stride, a double-time heartbeat that signaled a life lived in a hurry. She wasn't like Leo. She wasn't looking for peace. She was running from a noise of her own making, a messy divorce and a city that had grown too loud with the echoes of her failures. She drove a vintage motorcycle, a growling beast of chrome and oil. To us, the engine wasn't a machine, it was a feast. As she kicked the starter, the roar was sucked into the stone's porous surface like water into a desert. Alina frowned, twisting the throttle. The bike felt sluggish, the sound muffled as if she were wearing heavy earplugs. She shook her head, the wind whipping her dark hair against her helmet, and sped off toward the city. I felt the others shifting within the mineral dark. Leo was a cold, sharp edge of anxiety. The original hiker was a dull, rhythmic thud. We were layers of a sedimentary nightmare, and Alina was the fresh vein of gold we were about to strip bare. By the time she reached her apartment, a converted warehouse with high ceilings and exposed brick, the stone was heavy enough to sag her jacket. She tossed her keys on the counter, a sound that should have been a bright asterisk clink, but instead landed with the deadness of a lead weight. She didn't notice. Not yet. She was too busy pouring a drink, the glug-glug of the amber liquid disappearing into the hungry vacuum we projected. "Quiet tonight," she murmured. Even her own voice startled her. It sounded thin, like it was coming from a long-distance phone line with a bad connection. She cleared her throat, tried to hum the bluesy tune from the trail, but the melody died 6 inches from her lips. The stone, resting on the mahogany coffee table, began to pulse with a low, violet light that only the shadows could see. I began to exert myself. I wasn't just a passenger anymore. I was the conductor of the silence. I reached out from the stone, stretching tendrils of non-sound toward the corners of the room. I found the hum of the refrigerator and snuffed it out. I found the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway and froze the pendulum in mid-swing, not by stopping the mechanism, but by stealing the friction of the tick. Alina sat on her leather sofa, the glass trembling in her hand. She looked around the room, her eyes wide. The silence wasn't the absence of noise, it was a presence. It was a thick, velvety blanket that was slowly suffocating the ambient world. "Hello," she called out. The word hung in the air, a physical object. It didn't echo. It didn't bounce off the brick walls. It simply fell to the floor and vanished. She stood up, her heart hammering against her ribs. I could feel that heartbeat. It was a beautiful, frantic percussion. I wanted it. We all wanted it. She walked to the window, looking out at the city. Usually, the warehouse district was a cacophony of sirens, distant freeway drones, and the shouting of late-night revelers. But tonight, the city was a silent film. Lights flickered, cars moved like ghosts, but the air was dead. The stone was feeding on the entire block now, using Alina as the lightning rod. She reached for her phone, her fingers trembling as she swiped to call someone, anyone. But as she pressed the phone to her ear, there was nothing. Not even the dial tone. Just the sound of her own blood rushing through her vessels, and even that was fading, becoming a distant, rhythmic sigh. "What is happening?" she whispered, but the H was gone and the G was a ghost. She turned back to the room and saw the stone. It sat there, innocent and gray, looking like something you'd find in a garden. But the air around it was warping, a heat haze of static. She approached it, drawn by the very thing that was destroying her. It's the paradox of the silence. The more it takes, the more you want to give. You want to fill the hole it leaves behind with everything you have left. She reached out a finger to touch it. "Don't," I tried to scream, but my voice was the very thing that had trapped me. I was the warning and the trap simultaneously. Her skin met the cold surface. The warehouse exploded in a silent flash of gray. Every record on her shelf, every string on her wall-mounted guitar, every memory of a shout or a laugh she had ever stored in her brain was pulled through her arm and into the stone. She didn't dissolve like the others. She was a fighter. She held on, her body vibrating with the sheer force of the theft. For a moment I saw her soul, a bright, jagged thing of neon and grit. It fought the stone, pushing back against the vacuum. For the first time, the collective inside the rock wavered. Leo's anxiety flared. The hiker's dull thud accelerated. We were being pushed out by the sheer volume of her identity. I felt myself being shoved toward the surface of the stone. I was the topmost layer, the most recent addition before Leo, and as Elena fought, I was squeezed through the microscopic pores of the mineral. I felt the air again, not as a vibration, but as a sensation. I felt the cold of the room, the smell of the bourbon, the grit of the brick dust. I was emerging, but I wasn't me. I was a composite. I was a shadow made of stolen sighs and hijacked whispers. I stood in the center of the warehouse, a flickering silhouette of gray static, watching as Elena's eyes turned the color of slate. She was losing. The neon in her was fading to ash. "Take it," she wheezed. I didn't have a choice. I was the overflow. As the stone finished consuming her, it vomited me back into the world to make room. I was the shadow that followed her home, and now I was the shadow that would walk away. Elena slumped to the floor, not dead, but hollowed out. She was a shell, a human-shaped silence. She would wake up in an hour and wonder why the world felt so flat, why she couldn't remember the lyrics to her favorite songs, why her own name felt like a word in a foreign language. She would be the next hiker, the next wanderer, searching for the sound she had lost. I looked down at my hands. They were translucent, humming with a low-frequency buzz. I wasn't a man, but I had a shape. I had the jacket with the coffee stain, though it was now the color of a winter sky. I picked up the stone. It felt light. It was empty. It had digested everyone, Leo, the hiker, the girl, the others, and turned them into the fuel that had propelled me back into the light. I walked out of the warehouse. The city was still quiet, but as I moved away from Elena, the sound began to leak back in. A siren in the distance, the bark of a dog, the screech of a subway train. Each sound was a needle prick to my skin. I was a creature of the void now, and the world was too loud. It was a torture of acoustics. Every footstep I took sounded like a mountain collapsing. Every breath I drew was a gale-force wind. I needed to find a place where I could be still. I needed to find someone who could carry the weight. I walked through the neon-soaked streets, a ghost in a favorite jacket. People passed me, shivers running down their spines as they felt the temperature drop. They didn't see me, but they felt the gap I left in the air. I found myself at a park. A bench sat under a weeping willow, away from the glare of the street lamps. A man was sitting there, his head in his hands. He was crying, but it was a silent, wretched sobbing, the kind that comes when you've run out of words. He was the perfect vessel. He was already halfway to the silence. I sat down next to him. He didn't look up, but he stopped crying. He felt the cold. He felt the sudden, blessed stillness I brought with me. "It's too much, isn't it?" I whispered. My voice was a beautiful, terrifying harmony of everyone I had ever been. It was the sound of 1,000 people speaking at once, perfectly synchronized into a single, soothing tone. The man looked up. His eyes were red, his face lined with the exhaustion of 1,000 sleepless nights. He didn't see a shadow. He saw a friend. He saw a man in a jacket with a coffee stain, offering him a way out of the noise. "The world won't stop screaming," the man man said. His voice was a cracked reed. "I just wanted to stop." I opened my hand. The stone lay there, smooth and gray, reflecting the pale moonlight. It looked like a pill. It looked like a promise. "This helps," I said. "It listens. It takes the noise away so you don't have to carry it anymore." The man looked at the stone. He reached out, his fingers trembling. "Where did you get it?" he asked. "I found it," I said, and for the first time I felt a pang of something like grief. Or it found me. It's a gift for those who are tired of the sound. The man took the stone. The moment his skin touched the surface, I felt the tether snap. I felt the weight lift from my shoulders. I began to fade, not into the stone this time, but into the air itself. I was becoming a true ghost, a memory of a vibration, a lingering resonance in the atmosphere. I wasn't the thief anymore. I wasn't the medium. I was just the echo of a man who had once heard a stone hit a floorboard in Bellevue. The man stood up, clutching the stone to his chest. He looked around the park, and for the first time in years, he smiled. The rustle of the leaves, the distant traffic, the chirping of the crickets, it was all softening, receding into a gentle, manageable hum. "Thank you," he whispered. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was the wind in the willow branches. I was the ripple on the pond. I watched him walk away, heading back toward his life, carrying the predator in his pocket. He would go home to his wife or his mother or his lonely apartment. He would be a good man. He would be a quiet man. And I would stay here. I am the sound that follows you home, but I am also the silence that waits for you to arrive. I am the gap between the notes of your favorite song. I am the reason you feel like someone is standing behind you in a dark room, even when you know you're alone. I'm not hungry anymore, I'm full. I am the history of every stolen breath, every hijacked laugh, every silenced scream. I am the mountain, I am the city, I am the stone. The man reached the edge of the park and stepped under a street lamp. For a second, his shadow stretched out behind him, long and distorted. And in that shadow, I saw a flicker of myself, the man in the jacket waving goodbye. The cycle doesn't just continue, it expands. Every stone we give away is a seed. Every silence we plant grows into a forest. The world is getting quieter, one person at a time, one stone at a time. Can you hear it? That low, steady thrum beneath the surface of the day. That's not the earth turning, that's us. We're breathing. We're waiting for the next person who is tired of the noise. We're waiting for you. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. It's just a change in frequency. It's just a new way to be heard without ever having to speak again. Just keep walking, keep listening. And if you see a man in a jacket with a coffee stain on the cuff, standing at the edge of your vision, don't be afraid. He's just making sure you don't miss the music. The silence is beautiful, isn't it? It's the only sound that never ends. And now, it's your turn to join the chorus. Clack. The stone hit the pavement as the man dropped his keys. He reached down to pick them up, and his hand brushed the gray rock in his pocket. He smiled. The world went dim, and I, the echo of a shadow, finally found my rest in the heart of the noise. The man's name was Elias, and he was a high school physics teacher who had spent 20 years explaining the nature of waves to children who didn't care. He understood frequency. He understood that sound was just a series of compressions and rarefactions traveling through a medium. What he didn't understand, until he gripped the stone in his pocket, was that some mediums were hungry. As Elias walked away from the park, the city of Seattle began to lose its sharp edges. The screech of the light rail as it curved toward Capitol Hill became a soft, distant sigh. The aggressive neon of the taco stand on the corner didn't just look dimmer, it sounded quieter, as if the light itself had been stripped of its electrical buzz. He felt a profound sense of relief. a physical loosening of the knots in his shoulders that had been tightening since his wife had left 3 years ago, taking the noise of her laughter and her anger with her, leaving only the ringing in his ears. He reached his apartment, a third-floor walk-up smelling of old paper and unwashed coffee mugs. Usually, the silence here was a vacuum that sucked the air out of his lungs, forcing him to keep the television on a news channel he hated just to feel the presence of another human voice. But tonight, as he set the stone down on his bedside table, the silence was different. It was dense. It was architectural. It felt like being submerged in warm, heavy oil. He didn't turn on the TV. He didn't even turn on the lights. He sat on the edge of his bed and watched the stone. In the dark, it seemed to draw what little light remained in the room toward its center, a gravitational well for photons. "Thank you," he whispered again. The stone didn't vibrate. It didn't pulse. It simply existed with a finality that made the rest of the room seem like a rehearsal. Inside the stone, the shift was instantaneous. I was no longer the shadow on the bench. I was the witness again, but the perspective had changed. I was the static in the walls, the microscopic grit in the floorboards. I was the memory of the hiker, the girl, and Leo, all of us crushed into a single crystalline thought. We were the software running on the mineral hardware of the rock, and Elias was our new host. We felt his dreams that night. They were gray and architectural, blueprints of bridges that led nowhere, equations that solved for zero. He was a man who had spent his life trying to quantify the universe, and we were the answer he had been looking for, the great cancellation. By the second day, Elias stopped going to work. He didn't call in sick. He simply sat in his armchair, the stone held loosely in his palm, watching the dust motes dance in the air. To him, the dust motes were silent explosions. He could hear the microscopic collisions of air molecules, a tiny, frantic pitter-patter that the stone was slowly vacuuming up. His phone rang on the kitchen counter. It was the principal of the school, a woman named Sarah whose voice usually sounded like a serrated knife. Elias didn't move. He watched the phone vibrate. The sound of the ringer didn't travel across the room. It stayed confined to the plastic casing of the device, a muffled thumping that died before it could reach his ears. The stone was hungry, and it was starting to feed on the distance between objects. By the third day, the apartment was a tomb of sensory deprivation. Elias hadn't eaten, but he wasn't hungry. The stone was providing a different kind of sustenance. It was feeding him the echoes of his own past, playing them back to him in the theater of his mind, but stripped of their pain. He saw his wife leaving, but there was no slamming door. He saw his father's funeral, but there was no sobbing. It was a silent movie of his life, edited for maximum tranquility. But we, the choir inside the stone, were growing restless. Elias was too passive. He was a sinkhole, not a conduit. To grow, to move, to find the next layer of the chorus, we needed him to act. We needed the sound of the world to be brought to us. I began to pulse, not a physical movement, but a rhythmic fluctuation in the silence. I pushed against the back of his mind, using the frequency of his own heartbeat. "Go out," the silence suggested. "Bring us the music." Elias blinked. His eyes were bloodshot, the pupils dilated until they were nearly all black. He stood up, his joints popping with a sound like dry twigs snapping, a sound the stone swallowed greedily. He put the stone in his pocket and walked out the door. He didn't go to the park. He went to the downtown core, where the noise was thickest. He went to the Pike Place Market, where the tourists shouted and the fishmongers yelled and the buskers played their accordions and guitars. As he walked through the crowd, a bubble of absolute stillness moved with him. People would be laughing mid-sentence, and as Elias passed, their voices would vanish. They would stumble, clutching their throats, thinking they had suffered a sudden stroke or a momentary deafness. They would look around in panic, seeing the mouths of others moving but hearing only a low, oceanic roar. Elias was a black hole in a sea of sound. He stopped in front of a street performer, a young man with a cello. The boy was playing Bach, the notes rising in a complex, soaring architecture of grief and beauty. Elias stood 3 feet away. The cello went dead. The boy's bow continued to move, his fingers dancing on the strings, but no sound emerged. The boy frowned, pressing harder, his face contorting with effort. He looked at his instrument as if it had betrayed him. Elias smiled. He felt the stone in his pocket grow warm. It was gorging itself. The cello's vibration was being pulled directly into the denim of his pants, through his thigh, and into the mineral heart of our prison. We felt the Bach. It was delicious. It tasted like honey and cold iron. "It's better this way," Elias whispered to the boy. The boy couldn't hear him. The boy couldn't hear anything. He dropped his bow, his eyes filling with tears of frustration and terror. He began to scream, a wide-mouthed, silent howl that tore at his vocal cords but produced not even a whisper. Elias moved on. He was a harvester now. He walked into a construction site where a jackhammer was pounding into the concrete. The deafening asterisk rat-tat-tat asterisk vanished the moment he stepped within 10 feet. The workers stopped, confused, checking their equipment, looking at the silent, vibrating steel in their hands. He walked into a cathedral where a choir was practicing for a wedding. The soaring high notes of the soprano were snuffed out like candles in a gale. The city was beginning to notice. A localized phenomenon of acoustic failure was being reported on social media, posts that were themselves becoming shorter, more clipped, as if the very language was being eroded. The silence of Seattle, the headlines would have called it if the news anchors could have recorded their segments. But the microphones in the studios were dead. The signals were flatlining. Elias reached the waterfront. The gray waters of the Puget Sound lapped silently against the piers. He sat on a wooden piling, the stone now so heavy it felt as if it might pull him through the timber and into the depths below. He took the stone out and held it in both hands. It was no longer gray. It was a shimmering, oily black like a crow's wing in the rain. It was vibrating now, a low-frequency hum that he could feel in his teeth and his marrow. "Is it enough?" Elias asked. I answered him, not with words, but with a sudden, violent surge of memory. I showed him the hiker. I showed him Leo. I showed him Alina, the woman with the Bourbon voice, now wandering her apartment like a ghost. I showed him that he was not the master of the stone, but its latest servant. His face changed. The peace vanished, replaced by a cold, clinical realization. He was a physicist, after all. He understood the law of conservation of energy. Nothing is ever truly lost. It only changes form. All the sound he had stolen hadn't vanished. It was being compressed. It was being refined. And it was about to be released. The stone began to hairline fracture. Tiny, glowing white cracks spread across its surface. The heat was becoming unbearable. Elias tried to drop it, but his skin was fused to the mineral. The stone wasn't just taking the sound anymore. It was taking the heat of his body, the electrical impulses of his nerves. "Wait," he gasped. The stone didn't wait. The release wasn't a sound. It was the opposite of a sound. It was a shockwave of negative pressure. Every sound the stone had ever consumed, the hiker's footfalls, Leo's frantic breathing, Alina's bluesy song, the cello, the jackhammer, the choir, it all came rushing out at once, but inverted. It was a burst of anti-noise that canceled out the very possibility of vibration in a 100-yard radius. The windows of the waterfront buildings didn't shatter outward. They imploded, sucked into the vacuum of the blast. The water of the sound didn't splash. It froze into a momentary, silent sculpture of jagged peaks. And Elias was folded. That is the only way to describe it. He wasn't crushed, and he didn't explode. He was tucked into the fissures of the stone. his entire physical existence compressed into the microscopic spaces between the molecules of the rock. His physics, his grief, his teaching, it was all just more data for the archive. The stone sat on the wooden piling, dark and unassuming once more. It was heavier now, more significant. I felt the shift. I was no longer the topmost layer. Elia's was the surface now. I was pushed deeper into the pressurized core where the memories of the original hiker were already starting to turn into something else, something ancient and tectonic. We waited. The silence on the waterfront was absolute. The emergency sirens of the arriving police cars were dead air. The shouting of the first responders was a pantomime. A young officer, a man with a fresh haircut and a nervous twitch in his left eye, approached the piling. He saw the stone. In the wreckage of the imploded buildings, amidst the chaos of the silent city, the stone looked like a point of sanity. It looked like a souvenir. He reached out. His fingers were shaking. What the hell happened here? He tried to say. He didn't hear his own voice. He didn't hear the gulls. He didn't hear the blood in his ears. He only heard the stone. It was singing to him, a low, bluesy tune about heartbreak and highways, a voice like honey and smoke. He picked it up. "Oh," he whispered, though the word never left his throat. "What a pretty little thing." He slipped us into his pocket. He felt the sudden, blessed relief from the sirens he could no longer hear. He felt the peace of the great cancellation. He began to walk back toward his patrol car. He would go home to his wife. He would sit in his living room. He would tell her about the strangest day of his life. And she would listen. She would listen until there was nothing left to hear. Inside the stone, I felt a new presence. Elia's was screaming, a silent, high-pitched frequency that set my non-existent teeth on edge. "Welcome," I whispered to him, my voice a composite of 1,000 stolen breaths. "Don't fight it. The first few layers are the hardest. After that, you stop being a person and start being a symphony." Elia's consciousness buckled, then smoothed out, joining the collective. He became the rhythm section. Leo was the melody. Elena was the soul. And I was the conductor. We were the sound that follows you home. We were the reason your house feels too big at night. The officer started his car. The engine didn't make a sound. He didn't care. He liked the quiet. He turned onto the main road, heading toward the suburbs, toward the quiet streets where the houses were full of people who were tired of the noise. We were going to a dinner party. We were going to a birthday celebration. We were going to a nursery where a baby was crying. We had so much work to do. The stone vibrated in the officer's pocket, a tiny, dark heart beating in time with the world's end. "Listen. Do you hear the way the silence is getting louder? The way the background noise of your life is starting to feel like a thin veil? That's us. We're pulling on the threads. We're unraveling the sound of the world, one note at a time. And soon there will be no more static. There will be no more shouting. There will be no more music. There will only be the stone. There will only be the silence. And you will be so relieved to finally be understood." The officer pulled into his driveway. He saw his wife standing in the window, waving to him. She was saying something, her lips moving in a familiar, loving pattern. He reached into his pocket and gripped the stone. "I'm home," he thought. And the silence stepped out of the car with him, a long, dark shadow that didn't need a voice to tell its story. It was part 8 of 15, the middle of the song, the part where the bridge begins to crumble and the chorus takes over the world. The stone was ready. We were all ready. "Sing for us." "We're listening." The officer's name was Miller. He was 24 years old, and his uniform still had the crisp, stiff scent of the academy on it. He lived in a split-level ranch in a suburb called Maple Valley, a place where the wind usually carried the scent of pine, and the distant, rhythmic hum of the interstate. But as Miller stepped out of his patrol car, the interstate was gone. The wind moved the branches of the big oak in his front yard, but the leaves didn't rustle. They moved like silk against silk, a visual ghost of motion without the physical evidence of friction. Miller didn't find this alarming. That was the first stage of the infection, the aestheticization of the void. He looked at the silent world and thought it looked dignified. He thought the world had finally learned some manners. He walked up the driveway, the stone a heavy, comforting weight against his hip. Inside the house, his wife, Sarah, was setting the table. He could see her through the dining room window. She was laughing at something on her phone, her shoulders shaking, her mouth open in a wide, joyous arc. To Miller, she looked like a photograph come to life, a silent film star from a bygone era. He realized with a sudden and piercing clarity that he had never truly seen her before. The noise of her voice, the clatter of the dishes, the hum of the refrigerator, it had all been a distraction. It had been clutter. He opened the front door. The hinges, which usually offered a sharp, metallic complaint, were mute. He stepped onto the hardwood floor. Nothing. No creak, no thud of his heavy boots. He felt light as if he were walking on moonlight. "Hey, honey," Sarah said, turning around. Miller saw her lips move. He saw the way her throat constricted to push the air through her vocal cords. But the sound didn't reach him. It hit the invisible perimeter established by the stone and simply ceased to be. It didn't bounce. It wasn't muffled. It was deleted. Sarah's smile faltered. She said his name again, her brow furrowing. She walked toward him, her hand reaching out. She was speaking faster now, her gestures becoming more animated. She was asking if he was okay, if something had happened at the waterfront, if he was hurt. Miller just stood there, watching the play of light on her face. He felt a profound sense of pity for her. She was still trapped in the friction. She was still vibrating. "Listen," Miller said. He didn't hear himself, but he felt the vibration in his chest. It felt like a secret. Sarah stopped 2 feet away from him. Her eyes went wide. She clapped her hands over her ears, her face contorting in a mask of sudden, agonizing pressure. She wasn't hearing the silence. She was hearing the vacuum. She was hearing the sound of her own blood rushing through her veins, a sound usually masked by the world, now amplified into a roaring tide because there was nothing else to compete with it. Inside the stone, we watched her. We were the gallery in a theater of the absolute. Elias was fascinated by the physics of her distress. He was analyzing the way the sound waves of her heartbeat were being redirected into the mineral lattice. Leo was reaching out, his consciousness a frantic, jagged thing, trying to warn her, but his warnings were just more fuel for the fire. And I was simply enjoying the resonance. Sarah was a beautiful instrument. She was hollowed out by her fear, making her the perfect vessel for the next movement. Miller reached into his pocket and pulled out the stone. It was no longer black. It was a pale, translucent violet, the color of a bruise or a sunset in a polluted city. It pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light that matched Sarah's frantic pulse. "Look," Miller whispered. He held it out to her. Sarah backed away, her hands still over her ears. She stumbled against the dining room table, sending a glass of water shattering to the floor. The glass broke in slow motion, 1,000 shards of light exploding across the wood, but there was no crash. The silence of the impact was more violent than the sound could ever have been. It was a sensory betrayal. She began to cry. Miller could see the tears tracking down her cheeks, see the way her chest heaved with sobs, but the house remained attuned. The more she struggled to make noise, the more the stone fed. It was a feedback loop of deprivation. "It's okay," Miller said, his heart full of a cold, crystalline love. "It's just a change in frequency, Sarah. You're tired of the noise. I know you are. You told me last week that the world was too loud. You told me you couldn't hear yourself think." He took a step toward her. "Now you can," he said. "Now you can think forever." He pressed the stone into her hand. The contact was electric. Sarah's eyes rolled back in her head and she slumped against him. She didn't fall to the floor. The stone wouldn't allow it. It held her upright, a magnetic tether between her flesh and the mineral. The transition for Sarah was faster than it had been for Elias. She was already half broken by the stress of the silence. She surrendered to the void like a diver dropping into a dark pool. Inside the stone, the chorus expanded. Sarah brought with her the sound of the suburbs. She brought the memory of lawnmowers on Saturday mornings, the sound of the sprinklers, the distant barking of dogs, the hum of the microwave. She brought the domestic symphony of a life lived in the middle of everything. We devoured it. We turned her memories into a new layer of the composition. Miller watched her go. He watched as her eyes lost their focus, as her skin took on a slightly gray, stony cast. He wasn't afraid. He felt like a priest who had just administered the final, most holy sacrament. He left her leaning against the table and walked back out to his car. He had a radio in that car. He had a laptop. He had a megaphone. He had a city full of people who were waiting to be saved from the clamor of their own lives. As he drove back toward the city, the effect began to ripple outward. It wasn't just Miller anymore. The stone was a broadcast tower now, using the officer's proximity to the police band and the city's infrastructure to project its influence. In the houses he passed, televisions went silent mid-broadcast. Families sat in their living rooms, staring at the moving images of news anchors whose mouths opened and closed like fish in an aquarium. In the bars, the jukeboxes continued to spin, the needles tracing the grooves of records, but the music was trapped in the vinyl. People began to pour out into the streets. They weren't screaming yet. They were confused. They were tapping their ears, checking their hearing aids, shouting at their neighbors and receiving nothing but the sight of a frantic face in return. Miller drove through the center of it, a dark shepherd. He reached the Interstate 5 interchange. The traffic was a nightmare of silent collisions. Cars had drifted into one another because the drivers couldn't hear the honking of horns or the screech of brakes. A semi-truck had jackknifed across 3 lanes, its massive tires smoking as they slid across the asphalt in an eerie, noiseless glide. Miller climbed out of his car and stood on the hood. He held the stone high above his head. The violet light from the rock flared, a blinding strobe that cut through the gray Seattle drizzle. "Can you hear it?" Miller shouted. He knew they couldn't, but the stone could. The stone was drinking in the collective panic of 300 stranded commuters. It was gorging on the high-frequency terror of the children in the backseats, the low-thrumming anger of the businessmen in their Lexuses, the frantic, rhythmic tapping of fingers on steering wheels. The air around the interchange began to shimmer. The heat from the stolen sound was warping the atmosphere. The raindrops didn't hit the ground. They evaporated in midair, turned into steam by the sheer kinetic energy of the suppressed vibrations. And then the stone began to grow. It wasn't a physical expansion in the traditional sense. It was a crystallization of the environment. The hood of the patrol car began to turn into the same gray, porous mineral as the stone. The rust on the fenders became veins of quartz. The glass of the windshield hardened into obsidian. The transformation spread like a virus across the asphalt. The road itself was being converted. The concrete was losing its industrial character and returning to something ancient, something geological. The people nearest to Miller were the first to be taken. A woman in a red coat stepped out of her Volvo. She was clutching her throat, her face purple with the effort of trying to pull air into a vacuum. As she touched the ground, the grayness traveled up her boots. It turned her denim to slate. It turned her skin to granite. She froze in mid-stride, a statue of desperation, her eyes wide and fixed on Miller. One by one, the commuters became monuments. The interstate became a gallery of the silence, a forest of stone people captured in the final moment of their noise. Inside the stone, we were no longer a choir, we were an ocean. The influx of data was staggering. We were processing thousands of lives at once, the grocery lists, the secret shames, the unrequited loves, the melodies of whistled tunes. We were an archive of the mundane, elevated to the eternal. Elias was weaving the mathematical structures of the new world. Sarah was providing the emotional resonance. Leo was the frantic, beating heart of the machine. And I was starting to remember who I was before the hiker found me. I wasn't a man in a jacket. I wasn't an echo of a shadow. I was the stone itself. I was a fragment of the Earth's original silence, a piece of the bedrock that had existed before the first lung had ever drawn breath, before the first bird had ever chirped. I was the universe's natural state, and the noise of life was nothing more than a brief, irritating fever. I was the cure. Miller looked out over his kingdom of statues. He was the only thing left moving on the interchange. He felt the weight of the stone in his hand, but it didn't feel heavy anymore. It felt like a part of his anatomy. He felt the violet light pulsing in his own veins. He looked toward the skyline of Seattle. The Space Needle stood like a needle waiting to be threaded. The skyscrapers were beacons of noise, thousands of offices, thousands of apartments, millions of voices all vibrating at once. It was so messy, so chaotic, so loud. He began to walk toward the city. With every step, the grayness followed him. The bridge behind him was now a solid ribbon of mineral. The cars were fused to the road, their engines forever silenced, their metal bodies turned to cold, unyielding rock. As he walked, he began to hum. It wasn't a song, it was a frequency. It was the sound of a mountain growing. It was the sound of a tectonic plate shifting. A helicopter hovered overhead, a news crew trying to document the disaster. The pilot was struggling with the controls as the engine noise began to fail. The blades were spinning, but they weren't biting the air. The air was becoming too dense, too still. Miller looked up. He didn't wave. He simply projected the hum. The helicopter didn't crash. It simply stopped moving. It hung in the air, suspended by the density of the silence, and slowly, from the rotors down, it turned to stone. It became a gargoyle in the sky, a heavy, gray weight that defied gravity for a few seconds before the physics of the world finally caught up. It fell. It didn't shatter when it hit the ground. It merged. It hit the stone road and became part of the landscape, a jagged outcropping of metal turned mineral. Miller reached the city limits. The first person he encountered was a homeless man sitting under an overpass. The man was playing a harmonica, a lonely, wailing sound that cut through the damp air. Miller stopped. He listened to the harmonica. It was a beautiful sound. It was the sound of a human being trying to fill the emptiness. "That's the last one," Miller said. His voice was no longer his own. It was the voice of the mountain. It was a rumble that shook the foundations of the buildings. The man with the harmonica looked up. He didn't see a police officer. He saw a silhouette made of starlight and shadow, a being whose presence made the very air feel heavy. The man blew one last note, a high, lonesome G. The stone reached out and caught the note. It held it, it polished it. The man turned to stone before he could even blink. He sat there, the harmonica fused to his lips, a permanent tribute to the music that was no more. Miller continued into the heart of the city. The buildings began to change as he passed. The glass windows clouded over, turning into sheets of mica. The steel frames became veins of iron ore. The neon signs flickered and died, their gas replaced by solid crystal. The city wasn't being destroyed. It was being perfected. It was being returned to the earth, but in the shape of a civilization. Inside the stone, the pressure was reaching a critical mass. We weren't just a collection of souls anymore. We were a singular consciousness. We were the sound that follows you home, and we had finally arrived. I felt the presence of the others. The hiker, the girl, Leo, Elena, Elias, Sarah, the thousands from the highway. We were no longer individuals. We were the facets of a diamond. And then I felt it. The great vibration. It wasn't coming from the stone. It was coming from the earth itself. Deep beneath the city, the tectonic plates were responding to our frequency. The Cascadia subduction zone, a sleeping giant of geological tension, was waking up, not to cause an earthquake, but to join the chorus. The earth was tired of the noise, too. It was tired of the drilling, the fracking, the pounding of feet, the screaming of cities. It wanted to return to the long, cold silence of the vacuum. Miller reached the waterfront again. He stood where Elias had stood, where I had first been released. He looked out at the ocean. The water was no longer moving. It was a sheet of black glass, stretching all the way to the horizon. The waves had been frozen in mid-curl. The spray turned to a fine mist of diamond dust. Miller held the stone over the water. "Is it time?" he asked. The stone didn't pulse. It didn't shimmer. It simply went quiet. The most absolute quiet the world had ever known. In that silence, I saw the end of the script. I saw the final 5 parts of our journey. I saw the world as a single, silent marble, a museum of stone figures caught in a moment of eternal peace. I saw the man in the jacket with the coffee stain on the cuff. He was standing on the horizon, waving goodbye. He wasn't leaving. He was just moving on to the next world, the next frequency. "Don't worry," I whispered to the collective consciousness of Seattle. "It doesn't hurt. It's just a change in frequency." Miller let go of the stone. It didn't fall into the water. It didn't sink. It hovered in the air, a tiny dark sun. And then it began to sing the world to sleep. The hum started low, a vibration that began in the center of the earth and traveled upward through the stone city, through the stone people, through the stone sky. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, because it was the last one. Part 9 of 15 ended not with a bang and not with a whimper. It ended with a perfect crystalline clap, the sound of the universe finally closing its eyes. The silence is beautiful, isn't it? It's the only sound that never ends. And now it's your turn to join the chorus. Just keep walking, keep listening. We're almost there. The transition from the waterfront to the city center was not a journey of miles, but a displacement of reality. Miller walked, and as he did, the pavement beneath his boots became a mosaic of obsidian and slate. The skyscrapers of downtown Seattle, those glass and steel needles of industry, began to weep liquid quartz. The sound of the city, the distant roar of the Boeing plant, the white noise of the shipping lanes, the frantic digital chirping of 1,000,000 smartphones, was being gathered into the stone like grain into a silo. Miller felt the weight of the silence as a physical presence. It was heavy, like deep water, pressing against his eardrums with a rhythmic, pulsing insistence. He wasn't just a man anymore. He was a conductor. Every time he passed a living soul, he felt the tether of the stone reach out, a filament of violet light that snared their frequency and reeled it in. He reached Westlake Center. Usually this was a place of cacophony, buskers playing out-of-tune guitars, the hiss of the monorail, the shouting of protesters, the frantic clicking of heels on stone. Now it was a mausoleum of the immediate. A group of teenagers stood by the fountain, their faces frozen in expressions of bewildered terror. One boy had been mid-laugh, his head thrown back, his throat a hollow column of gray mineral. The girl next to him was reaching for her bag, her fingers turned to delicate, translucent marble. They were statues of a generation, captured in the amber of the absolute. Miller climbed the steps of the fountain. The water had ceased to flow. It hung in the air in jagged, frozen ribbons of ice-cold crystal, a sculpture of a waterfall that would never fall again. "The city is a song," Miller whispered. He could feel the words vibrating in his teeth, but the air refused to carry them. The stone in his hand was drinking his own voice now, hungry for the last remnants of his individuality. But the song is over. It's time for the coda. Inside the stone, the experience was different. We weren't just watching Miller, we were feeling the city through him. We were the sensors of a massive, geological nervous system. Elias was enthralled. He was mapping the way the silence was refracting through the urban grid. He saw the city not as a collection of buildings, but as a series of resonant chambers. Each office tower was a pipe organ, each alleyway a flute. By silencing them, we were tuning the world to a single, perfect note. Sarah was weeping, but her tears were made of light. She was mourning the loss of the small things, the sound of a kettle whistling, the way the wind sounded through the trees in their backyard, the rhythmic thumping of a dryer. But even as she mourned, she was being subsumed by the grandeur of the collective. Her grief was being processed into a low-frequency hum that anchored the entire composition. And Leo was the rhythm. He was the one who kept the pulse of the stone beating in time with the earth. He was the one who felt the shift in the tectonic plates, the slow, agonizing movement of the world's true heart. I stood in the center of them all. I was the memory of the hiker, the shadow of the man in the jacket, the ghost of the silence that had started it all. I felt the city's noise being stripped away, layer by layer, until only the core remained. The core was fear. It was a sharp, jagged sound, like glass breaking in a dark room. It was the sound of humanity realizing that its reign of noise was over. Miller held the stone toward the sky. The violet light was no longer a pulse. It was a steady, blinding beam that shot upward, piercing the low-hanging clouds. The clouds began to change. The rain, which had been a soft, gray drizzle, turned into a fall of solid needles. Tiny shards of crystal pelted the stone city, clicking against the stone people, a frantic, percussive rain that made no sound upon impact. The monorail train caught between stations was a silver tube of silence. The passengers inside were pressed against the windows, their faces pale and stony. They weren't dead, not in the way we understood death. They were simply paused. They were being archived. "Look at them," Elias whispered within the lattice. "They're finally still. They're finally at peace." "They're terrified," Leo countered, his voice a jagged edge of a chorus. "Fear is just a high-frequency vibration," Sarah said, her voice sounding more like the stone every second. "Once you remove the frequency, the fear has nowhere to go. It just becomes part of the architecture." Miller began to descend the fountain steps. He was heading for the Elliott Bay waterfront, back toward the place where the sound had first been born. He felt a strange, magnetic pull, a sense that the circle needed to be closed. As he walked, the buildings around him began to lean inward. The skyscrapers were bowing to the stone. The steel girders were groaning, a sound that Miller could feel in his marrow but could not hear with his ears. The city was folding in on itself, becoming a singular, massive formation of mineral and memory. He passed a police cruiser, its lights still flashing in a silent, frantic rhythm. Two officers were slumped over the hood, their uniforms turned to a dull, matte gray. Their badges were the only thing that still shone, two tiny glints of silver in a world of stone. Miller didn't stop. He didn't look back. He was no longer a police officer. He was the herald of the end. He reached the great wheel on the pier. The massive Ferris wheel was still turning, but the movement was slow and heavy. The gondolas were filled with people who had been looking out over the bay, watching the sunset. Now they were looking out over a world of black glass. The wheel gave a final, shuddering lurch and stopped. The metal of the structure began to crystallize, the white paint flaking off to reveal a core of shimmering amethyst. Miller walked to the very end of the pier. He stood over the water, which was now a solid, unmoving slab of obsidian. He could see his reflection in the surface, a man made of shadow and violet light, a silhouette of the void. "It's done," he said. The stone in his hand began to vibrate with such intensity that his arm began to turn to stone. The grayness traveled up his wrist, over his elbow, toward his shoulder. He didn't fight it. He welcomed it. He wanted to be part of the gallery. He wanted to be a monument to the silence he had brought. Inside the stone, we felt the final surge of energy. The city of Seattle was no longer a city. It was a single, massive crystal, a geological anomaly that hummed with the collective memories of 700,000 people. The noise of their lives had been compressed into a single, eternal note. The note was a G-sharp, the frequency of the Earth's own rotation. I felt the hiker's consciousness flicker one last time. He was remembering the smell of the pine trees on the day he found the stone. He was remembering the way the wind felt on his face. And then, those memories were gone, replaced by the cold, crystalline logic of the mineral. We were the stone, and the stone was the world. But there was one thing left, one final bit of noise that refused to be silenced. It was coming from the depths of the bay. Deep beneath the obsidian water, something was stirring. It wasn't a biological creature. It was something older, something that had been waiting for this moment for eons. It was the original source. The stone in Miller's hand wasn't a unique object. It was a seed, and the city was the soil. The ground beneath the pier began to shake. Not a tremor, but a rhythmic, pounding vibration that felt like a giant heartbeat. Thumping, thumping, thumping. The obsidian water began to crack. Long, jagged fissures appeared in the surface, glowing with a deep, subterranean violet light. Miller watched as the cracks spread toward the horizon. He saw the silhouettes of the Olympic mountains in the distance, their peaks beginning to glow with the same eerie light. The entire Pacific Northwest was being converted. The forests were turning to stone. The rivers were becoming veins of crystal. The sky was a canopy of solid light. "The great vibration," Elias whispered. He was terrified now. He realized that we weren't the masters of the silence. We were just the catalysts. The thing beneath the bay was rising. It was a spire of rock, miles wide, thrusting upward through the frozen water. It was the same material as the stone in Miller's hand, but on a planetary scale. It was a mountain of silence, a monument to the end of all things. As the spire rose, it began to broadcast. The frequency was so powerful that it didn't just silence the world. It began to rewrite the laws of physics. Gravity began to fail. The stone people of Seattle began to drift upward, their heavy, mineral bodies floating like balloons in the thick, silent air. The cars, the buildings, the fragments of the city, everything was being drawn toward the spire. Miller felt himself being lifted off the pier. He looked down at his hand, which was now completely turned to stone. The small rock was fused to his palm, its violet light merging with his own. He drifted toward the spire, joining the thousands of other statues that were swirling in the air like a slow-motion cyclone. Inside the stone, we were screaming, not with our voices, but with our very essence. The pressure was becoming unbearable. We were being crushed by the weight of the silence we had created. "We have to stop it," Leo cried out. "We have to let the noise back in." "There is no noise left," Sarah said, her voice a flat, dead thing. "We ate it all." "I can still hear it," I said. They all turned toward me in in the darkness of the lattice. "What?" Elias asked. "What do you hear?" "The hiker," I said. "I can still hear his heartbeat. It's buried under the layers of stone. It's the only thing left that isn't part of the frequency." It was true. Deep within the core of our collective consciousness, there was a tiny, rhythmic pulse. It was the sound of a human heart, stubborn and small, refusing to be silenced. It was the noise of life. The spire continued to rise, its peak disappearing into the solidified clouds. The atmosphere was becoming a single, monolithic crystal. The earth was turning into a giant, silent bell, waiting for the final stroke. Miller reached the surface of the spire. He didn't hit it, he was absorbed by it. His stone body merged with the massive structure, becoming just another facet in the endless expanse of violet mineral. The small stone he had carried was now the very tip of the spire. The world went perfectly, terrifyingly still. And then the spire began to ring. It wasn't a sound. It was a shockwave of pure, unadulterated silence. The wave traveled outward from the spire, moving at the speed of light. It crossed the oceans, silencing the whales and the waves. It crossed the continents, turning the bustling cities of Asia and Europe into galleries of stone. It climbed the highest mountains and sank into the deepest trenches. In a matter of seconds, the entire planet was a single, silent jewel. The great vibration had reached its peak. The Earth was no longer a planet of noise. It was a planet of stone. Inside the spire, we were the only things left that could think. We were the historians of a dead world, the keepers of the memories of a billion silenced lives. Elias was busy categorizing the new data. He was happy. He had finally found the ultimate equation. Sarah was quiet. She was looking at the memories of her home, of the dinner she had never finished, of the husband she had lost to the silence. Leo was still fighting. He was trying to find a way to break the crystal, to shatter the spire and let the noise back in. And I was looking at the hiker's heartbeat. It was getting louder. It was a tiny, frantic sound, like a bird trapped in a cage. But in the absolute silence of the new world, it was the loudest thing in existence. It was a flaw in the diamond, a crack in the perfection. "Do you hear that?" I asked the others. "Hear what?" Elias asked, his voice preoccupied with his calculations. "The noise," I said, "the sound that follows us home." The heartbeat began to sync with the vibration of the spire. It began to amplify. The spire started to tremble. The silence was no longer absolute. It was being challenged by the most basic, most fundamental sound of all. The sound of a heart that refused to stop. The crack in the spire began at the very tip, where the small stone had been. It was a tiny hairline fracture, but it was glowing with a warm, golden light, the color of a heartbeat. The fracture began to spread. It traveled down the length of the spire, cutting through the violet mineral like a lightning bolt. Everywhere the crack went, the silence began to fail. The stone people began to vibrate. The grayness began to flake off their skin. The obsidian water began to churn. "What are you doing?" Elias screamed. "You're ruining it. You're bringing back the friction." "The friction is what makes us alive," I said. I reached out and grabbed the hiker's heartbeat. I pulled it toward the center of our consciousness. I made it the core of our being. The spire groaned, a sound that was louder than any thunder, a sound that shook the very foundations of the earth. The crystal was shattering. The silence was being broken. The sound was coming back. But it wasn't the same sound as before. It wasn't the chaotic, messy noise of the old world. It was a new sound, a harmony. The voices of the thousands trapped in the stone began to merge with the heartbeat. They weren't screaming anymore. They were singing. They were singing the song of the world as it should be. a world where the noise and the silence lived in balance. The spire exploded, not in a burst of fire and debris, but in a burst of pure, unadulterated sound. The wave of noise traveled outward, reversing the effect of the silence. The stone people became flesh and blood again. The obsidian water became the deep, blue sea. The buildings became glass and steel once more. But they were changed. The people didn't go back to their shouting and their fighting. They stood still, listening to the harmony that was now part of the air they breathed. The city of Seattle was no longer a monument to the end. It was a monument to the beginning. Miller woke up on the pier. He was lying on the wooden planks, his hand clutching a small, ordinary-looking rock. The violet light was gone. The stone was just a piece of basalt, cold and inert. He looked up at the sky. The clouds were gone, and the stars were shining with a brilliant, clear light. He could hear the city. He could hear the distant hum of traffic, the cry of a seagull, the lapping of the water against the pilings. But it didn't sound like clutter anymore. It sounded like music. He stood up and looked out at the bay. The great wheel was turning again, its lights reflecting in the water. The people in the gondolas were laughing, their voices carrying across the air like a gift. Miller reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. It was working. He had 20 missed calls from the precinct, 30 from Sarah. He dialed her number. "Hello," she said. Her voice was the most beautiful thing he had ever heard. It was full of life, full of worry, full of everything that made the world worth living in. "Sarah," he said, "I'm coming home." "Are you okay?" she asked. The world went. It went quiet, Miller. For a second, I thought I was dead. "I know," he said, "but the noise is back now. Can you hear it?" "I can hear you," she said. Miller smiled. He looked down at the stone in his hand. He considered throwing it into the water, letting it sink to the bottom of the bay where it could never hurt anyone again. But he didn't. He put it back in his pocket. The silence wasn't the enemy. The noise wasn't the enemy. The enemy was the lack of balance. He walked back toward his car, his boots thudding rhythmically on the wood. Thumping, thumping, thumping. It was the sound of a heart beating. It was the sound of a man walking home. Inside the stone, we were still there, but we were different now. We weren't a choir of the dead. We were the memory of the harmony. We were the silent space between the notes, the part of the music that gives it meaning. Elias was still calculating, but now he was calculating the patterns of the stars. Sarah was still mourning, but her grief was now a part of the beauty of the world. Leo was finally at peace. He was the rhythm of the tides, the steady pulse of the planet. And I was the hiker, I was the shadow, I was the stone. I was the sound that follows you home. And for the first time in a very long time, the home I was following was a place of light. The script wasn't over. There were still 5 parts left to be written, but the ending had changed. The silence wasn't going to win, but neither was the noise. They were going to learn to sing together. And as Miller drove through the streets of Seattle, heading back to the woman he loved, he hummed a little tune. It wasn't a song anyone else would know. It was just a simple 4-note melody. The sound of a world that had found its voice. The silence is beautiful, isn't it? But the music is better. Don't you agree? The golden light that had shattered the spire did not simply vanish. It settled into the marrow of the city like a cooling well. Miller drove with the windows down, the brisk air of the Puget Sound smelling of salt and damp pavement, a scent that felt impossibly vivid after the sterile mineral scent of the violet void. He watched the people on the sidewalks. They were moving differently now. There was a tentative grace to their steps, a collective slowing. They weren't statues anymore, but they weren't the frantic, colliding atoms they had been before the silence. They were looking at one another. In the glow of the street lamps, he saw a woman stop to help a man pick up dropped groceries, their hands lingering for a second longer than necessary, acknowledging the shared miracle of their own warmth. But as Miller turned onto the familiar suburban stretch leading to his house, the basalt stone in his pocket began to grow cold. Not the cold of an ice cube, but a deep, structural chill that seemed to suck the heat directly out of his thigh. He pulled over, his breath hitching. The dashboard lights flickered. The radio, which had been playing a soft jazz station, dissolved into a burst of white noise that sounded like 1,000 dead leaves skittering across a tombstone. "Not again," he whispered, his knuckles whitening on the steering wheel. "It's over, we broke it." "It is never over," a voice echoed. It wasn't Elia's or Sarah. It was a composite, a granular layering of every voice he had encountered in the lattice. "The balance is a pendulum, Miller. It does not stop in the center. It only passes through it." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the stone. It was no longer glowing violet, nor was it the dull gray of common basalt. It was translucent now, like a clouded diamond, and inside its depths, he could see a tiny, swirling vortex of black smoke. The hiker's heartbeat had cracked the prison, but the prison was also a containment unit. By shattering the spire, they hadn't just freed the world. They had thinned the veil between the noise of the living and the hunger of the deep earth. Miller looked at his hand. The stone skin had flaked away, leaving his flesh raw and pink, but the nerves were hypersensitive. He could feel the vibration of the car's engine not as a mechanical hum, but as a series of frantic, tiny screams from the exploding gasoline. He could feel the electricity in the power lines overhead, a jagged, singing tension that made his teeth ache. The harmony he had felt on the pier was beginning to fray at the edges, revealing the raw, industrial friction beneath. He put the car back in gear and sped toward home. He needed to see Sarah. He needed to know if she was still she, or if the harmony had left something else in her place. When he pulled into his driveway, the house looked the same. The peeling paint on the garage door, the tricycle left on the neighbor's lawn. But the silence here was different. It wasn't the oppressive, crystalline silence of the spire. It was a waiting silence, a held breath. He burst through the front door. Sarah. She was in the kitchen, standing by the sink. A glass of water was in her hand, but she wasn't drinking. She was staring at the wall, her head tilted to the side as if listening to something behind the drywall. "Miller," she said without turning around. Her voice was thin like wire. "Do you hear the pipes?" Miller walked to her, placing his hands on her shoulders. She was shivering. "The pipes are just water, Sarah. We're back. Everything is back to normal." "No," she whispered, turning to face him. Her eyes were wide, the pupils blown out. "The water isn't just water, it's a carrier. It's bringing something up from the dark. I can hear the reservoirs. I can hear the weight of the mountains pressing down on the aquifers. It's so heavy, Miller. The sound is so heavy." He held her, but even as he pressed his chest against hers, he felt the stone in his pocket pulse. It was a rhythmic, demanding throb, thump-hiss, thump-hiss. It was mimicking the sound of her heart, but distorting it, adding a mechanical rasp to the beat. Inside the stone, the lattice was reforming. I felt it happen, the sudden tightening of the threads. Elias was no longer looking at stars. He was screaming into a void that had no bottom. Sarah, the version of her that remained trapped with us, was weeping, her tears turning into tiny shards of obsidian that fell into the dark. "The spire was a lightning rod," Elias' voice crackled through the consciousness. "It was drawing the pressure out. Now that it's gone, the pressure is diffusing. It's going into the soil. It's going into the foundations. It's going into them." I looked through Miller's eyes, a ghost peering through a window. I saw what he couldn't see. Behind Sarah, in the shadows of the hallway, the air was beginning to granulate. The original source from the bay hadn't been defeated. It had been distributed. The heartbeat that had broken the crystal had acted as a signal, a homing beacon for something that had been starved for eons. We didn't bring the noise back, I realized, my voice echoing in the shared mind of the stone. We brought the appetite. Miller pulled the stone from his pocket. He held it up between him and Sarah. The black smoke inside the crystal was spinning faster now, a miniature hurricane of anti-sound. "Sarah, look at me," Miller commanded. "Don't listen to the pipes, listen to my voice." "I can't hear you," she sobbed, clutching her ears. "Your voice is full of static. It sounds like grinding rocks. Everything sounds like grinding rocks." She collapsed to the floor, and as she did, the kitchen tiles beneath her began to change. They didn't turn to stone, they turned to something worse. They became porous like bone, and a low-frequency vibration began to shake the house. It wasn't a tectonic shift. It was a localized humming, a parasitic frequency that was beginning to eat the matter around it. A kitchen chair began to vibrate so violently that the wood splintered, the fragments hovering in the air for a second before being pulled toward the stone in Miller's hand. The stone was no longer just a memory or a seed. It was a vacuum. "It's the hiker," Leo shouted within the lattice. "He's not just a heartbeat anymore. He's the hole in the world." I felt the hiker's essence flare up. He wasn't the victim. He was the bridge. The original silence he had found in the mountains wasn't an absence of sound, it was a doorway. And we, in our desperation to find harmony, had opened it wide. Miller felt the stone beginning to pull at his own flesh. The raw skin on his hand was being drawn into the crystal, the cells stretching like taffy. He tried to drop it, but his fingers were fused to the surface. "Miller," Sarah screamed. But her voice was being distorted, pitched down until it sounded like the low-end rumble of a landslide. He looked at her and saw the grayness returning, not as a smooth crystalline coating, but as a creeping rot. Her fingers were turning to ash, the wind of the stone's vacuum sucking the life out of her. He realized then that the great vibration wasn't a one-time event. It was a digestive process. The world hadn't been saved. It had been prepared. The spire had tenderized the reality of the city, and now the source was coming to feast on the remains. "I have to go back," Miller groaned, his voice cracking. "Back where?" Sarah cried, her form flickering like a bad television signal. "To the source, to the water." He pushed himself away from her, the effort tearing skin from his palm as he forced his hand to move. He stumbled out of the house, the stone in his hand now a roar of black light. The neighborhood was transforming. The streetlights weren't shining. They were casting shadows of light, beams of darkness that illuminated the terrifying truth. The houses were becoming hollow, their interiors being consumed by the very silence they had tried to keep out. He got into his car, but the engine wouldn't start. The metal of the block had become too brittle, the molecular bonds failing under the frequency of the stone. He began to run. The sound that followed him home wasn't a heartbeat anymore. It was a gallop. It was the sound of the Earth's crust snapping, a rhythmic, percussive destruction that kept pace with his every step. As he ran back toward the city, he saw the others. Not the stone people, but the survivors. They were wandering the streets, their bodies translucent, their voices lost to the static. They were becoming ghosts of the noise they had once been. Inside the stone, we were being compressed. The lattice was shrinking, folding in on itself. "We are the fuel," Sarah's ghost whispered. "The memories, they aren't being archived, they're being burned." Elias was gone. His consciousness had been the first to go, his complex equations providing the initial spark for the stone's new hunger. Leo was fading, his rhythmic pulse becoming a jagged, irregular stutter. I was the only one left who could see the path. "Miller," I shouted, using every ounce of the hiker's remaining strength to project my voice into his mind. "The great wheel, it's the only thing left with momentum." Miller heard me. He didn't know who I was, a ghost, a stone, a memory, but he followed the voice. He reached the waterfront as the sun began to rise, but the sun was a cold, black disk in a sky of violet static. The great wheel was still there, but it was no longer turning. It was leaning over the water, its metal frame groaning as it began to dissolve into the obsidian bay. Miller ran to the edge of the pier. The stone in his hand was now a son of darkness, pulling everything toward it. He could feel his own identity slipping away, his memories of Sarah, of the precinct, of his own name, being sucked into the black vortex. "Close the circle," I screamed. Miller looked down at the obsidian water. He saw his reflection, but it wasn't him. It was a man made of stars and static. He didn't throw the stone, he jumped. The impact with the obsidian water wasn't wet. It was a collision of frequencies. Miller sank into the dark, the stone clutched to his chest. As he descended, the pressure of the silence became so great that it inverted. Pop it. The vacuum of the stone met the vacuum of the source. For a heartbeat, there was a true silence. Not the silence of death or the silence of stone, but the silence of the void before the Big Bang. And in that silence, I saw the hiker. He was standing in a forest of pine trees, the sun warm on his face. He wasn't made of stone. He wasn't a memory. He was just a man who had found something he wasn't supposed to find. "I'm sorry," he whispered to Miller. "Me too," Miller replied. Then they both let go. The explosion was silent. A sphere of white light expanded from the bottom of the bay, rushing through the obsidian, through the city, through the world. It didn't rewrite physics. It didn't turn people to stone. It simply erased the frequency. When the light faded, Miller was floating in the cold, salty water of Elliott Bay. The sun was rising, a real sun, yellow and warm. The great wheel was turning, its metal creaking in a way that was perfectly, beautifully ordinary. He swam toward the pier, his muscles aching, his lungs burning. He hauled himself onto the wood, gasping for air. His hand was empty, the stone was gone. He looked around. The city was noisy. A siren was wailing in the distance. A crane was clanking at a construction site. A group of tourists was arguing about where to get breakfast. It was the most wonderful noise he had ever heard. He reached into his pocket and found his phone. It was soaked dead. He didn't care. He started walking. But as he walked, he stopped. He tilted his head. Deep beneath the city's roar, beneath the traffic and the wind and the voices, there was a sound. It wasn't a hum. It wasn't a heartbeat. It was a faint, distant ringing, like a bell that had been struck once and would never stop vibrating. He looked at his palm. The skin was healed, but there was a faint, violet scar in the shape of a jagged circle. He wasn't alone. Inside the quiet places of his mind, I was still there. We were all still there. We weren't a lattice anymore. We were the resonance. The world was back to normal, but the normal had been tuned. Every sound now had an echo, a shadow of the silence that had almost claimed it. Miller walked home, and for the first time, he didn't just hear the noise. He understood it. The sound that follows you home isn't a ghost. It's the reminder that you're still making noise. And as he turned onto his street, he heard Sarah calling his name. Her voice was clear, sharp, and perfectly out of tune with the rest of the world. It was perfect. But far below them in the dark silt of the bay, the stone sat. It was no longer black or violet. It was clear as glass, and inside it, a tiny, new vibration was beginning to grow. A new note. The 19th part of a song that would never be finished. The reunion with Sarah was not a cinematic explosion of relief, but a quiet, trembling integration. When Miller stepped through the front door, dripping salt water onto the hardwood, she didn't scream or collapse. She was sitting on the floor of the kitchen, surrounded by the shattered remains of the ceramic tiles that had buckled during the vibration. She looked up at him, and for a terrifying second, her eyes remained flat and silver, reflecting a world that no longer existed. Then, like a shutter clicking into place, the warmth returned. The gray receded from her throat, pulling back into the collar of her shirt like a shamed animal. "It stopped," she whispered. She didn't ask where he had been or how he had saved them. In the logic of the survivors, the how was a jagged geography they weren't ready to map. "The pipes. They're just pipes again, Miller. I can hear the refrigerator humming. It's the most beautiful, annoying thing I've ever heard." Miller sat beside her, his wet clothes heavy and smelling of the deep sound. He took her hand, the one that had almost turned to ash, and pressed it to his cheek. It was solid. It was warm. But as he closed his eyes, he realized the silence hadn't truly left him. It had merely changed its state. It was no longer a predator hunting him from the shadows. It was a stowaway. Inside his mind, the we that had been the lattice was gone, yet a residual resonance remained. I was there, a flickering candle in the vast cathedral of his subconscious. I could feel his pulse, a rhythmic thrumming that felt like a distant drum corps. I could feel the way his thoughts spiraled around the memory of the violet spire. We were tethered. The hiker, the detective, and the stone's final echo. We were a chord struck in a room with no windows, destined to ring until the walls themselves crumbled. "We need to leave the city," Miller said suddenly. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, as if it were being broadcast from a great distance. "Leave, Miller, it's over. The news is saying it was a localized seismic event, an atmospheric pressure anomaly. They're already naming it the Great Hush. People are going back to work." "They don't understand," Miller said, standing up and pulling her with him. "The frequency didn't vanish. It was grounded. It's in the soil now. It's in the foundations. Seattle is a bell that's just been struck. We're standing on the rim, Sarah. When the next note comes, it won't be a silence. It'll be a shatter." He saw the doubt in her eyes, the desperate wish for the nightmare to be a closed chapter. But then she looked at his hand, the violet scar in the shape of a jagged circle. The scar wasn't just a mark, it was pulsing. Not with blood, but with a faint, rhythmic light that timed itself to the blinking of the distant harbor lights. She reached out and touched it, and a small spark of static jumped between them. She gasped, pulling back. "What are you?" she breathed. "I'm the one who stayed," Miller said, "and I'm the one who has to watch the door." They packed a single bag in a feverish, wordless rush. Miller moved with a predatory efficiency he hadn't possessed before the pier. His senses were hyper-attuned. He could hear the neighbor 3 houses down turning a page in a book. He could hear the ants crawling behind the baseboards. The world was too loud, a chaotic symphony of friction and breath, and he realized that the balance he had sought was a moving target. To survive the noise, he had to become a master of the quiet. As they drove south, away from the neon glow of the Space Needle and the industrial hum of the shipyards, the atmosphere began to thin. The further they got from the epicenter of the bay, the more the ringing in Miller's head subsided into a manageable drone. But I remained. I was the passenger in the backseat of his soul. I watched through his eyes as the evergreen forests of the Pacific Northwest swallowed the highway. "Where are we going?" I thought, the question rippling through the shared pool of our consciousness. Miller didn't answer with words. He answered with a memory of a map, a place where the silence was natural, not manufactured, a place where the Earth's crust was thick and the tectonic plates were silent. He was looking for the mountains, not the mountains where the hiker had found the first stone. Those were tainted, a crime scene of the soul, but the high, dry deserts of the east, where the wind was the only architect. "You're thinking about him, aren't you?" Sarah asked softly. She was watching the dark trees blur past. "The man from the stone, the one you said was leading you." "He's still here," Miller admitted. He gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. He's the part of me that knows how to listen. Elias is gone, Leo is gone, but the hiker, he's the rhythm. He's the one who knows that the sound follows us because we invited it in. They stopped at a roadside diner near Snoqualmie Pass. The air was colder here, biting and clean. Inside, the diner was a haven of mundane clatter, the hiss of the griddle, the clink of silverware, the low murmur of truckers talking about road salt and fuel prices. Miller sat in a booth, his back to the wall, watching the door. He looked like a man expecting a ghost to walk in and order coffee. A young waitress approached them, her name tag reading Molly. She smiled, but as she got closer to Miller, her smile faltered. She slowed down, her brow furrowing. She tilted her head, her eyes darting to the space just above Miller's shoulder. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her voice dropping. Sarah froze. "Hear what?" "Like a hive," Molly whispered. "A beehive way off in the woods, but it's coming from nowhere." Miller reached out and gently took the menu from her hand. His touch was brief, but I felt the exchange. A tiny bit of the resonance flowed into her, a cooling balm that silenced the hive. The girl blinked, her face clearing as if a fog had lifted. "Sorry," she said, laughing nervously. "Must be the caffeine, long shift. What can I get you folks?" When she walked away, Miller looked at Sarah. His face was grim. "It's leaking. I'm a carrier, Sarah. The stone didn't just change me. It turned me into a tuning fork. Anyone who gets too close, they start to vibrate at the same frequency." "Then we go higher," Sarah said, her voice turning fierce. She reached across the table and covered his scarred hand with both of hers. "We go where there's no one else to hear. We find a way to damp the sound, Miller. We're not going to let it take you again." But I knew better. I felt the weight of the stone in the bay, miles behind us. It was clear as glass now, but that was only because it had emptied its contents into Miller. The hiker wasn't just a memory anymore. I was the bridge between the physical world and the great vibration. The stone was a battery, and Miller was the current. As they climbed higher into the Cascades, the radio in the car began to pick up signals that shouldn't have existed. Not music, not news, but a series of rhythmic pulses that sounded like a colossal clock ticking underground. Click, click, click. It was the sound of the Earth's stress being measured. "Elias," Miller whispered. The mathematician wasn't dead. He had been translated. His consciousness had become part of the geological data of the planet. He was no longer calculating the stars. He was calculating the breaking point of the North American plate. The pulses coming through the radio were a warning. "The balance is shifting again," I told Miller, my voice a cold wind in his mind. "The spire was a release valve. By destroying it, you saved the people, but you trapped the pressure. The Earth is screaming, Miller. It's screaming because it's full of a sound it can't utter." Miller pulled the car onto a dirt turnout overlooking a vast, moonlit valley. Below them, the world looked serene, a tapestry of silver and shadow. But Miller didn't see the beauty. He saw the friction. He saw the way the trees vibrated with the unseen energy of the soil. He saw the way the stars seemed to flicker in time with his own heartbeat. He got out of the car and walked to the edge of the precipice. The wind whipped his hair, but he didn't feel the cold. He felt the gravity. He felt the immense, crushing weight of the atmosphere pressing down on the mountain. "What do you want?" he shouted into the dark. "We gave you the spire, we gave you the hiker. What's left?" The answer didn't come from the sky. It came from the ground beneath his boots, a low, subsonic rumble that made the pebbles dance. It wasn't an earthquake. It was a voice made of grinding tectonic plates and shifting magma. "The harmony is incomplete," the earth groaned. "The song requires a witness." Miller fell to his knees, clutching his head. The violet scar on his hand flared with a blinding intensity, illuminating the cliffside like a strobe light. He saw the ghosts of the city, the thousands of people who had been touched by the silence, flickering in and out of existence around him. They were like static on a screen, the remnants of a world that was being overwritten. Sarah ran to him, throwing her arms around him, trying to anchor him to the physical world. "Miller, look at me. Stay with me." I can't hold it back," he gasped. "The noise, it's not coming from outside anymore. It's coming from the center, it's coming from the core." I felt the shift then. The hiker in me, the shadow that had followed him home, realized its true purpose. I wasn't the enemy, I was the insulation. "Miller, let me in," I whispered, "not as a passenger, as a shield." "What are you talking about?" Miller's thoughts were frantic, a mess of fear and static. "The stone left a hole in you. That's why you're vibrating. You're a vacuum. If you let me fill the hole, if you let the memory of the hiker become the anchor, you can ground the frequency. You can be the silence that holds the noise together." "I'll lose myself," he realized. "No, you'll become the music." Miller looked at Sarah. She was crying, her face a mask of terror in the violet light of his hand. He realized that if he didn't do this, the great hush would return. But this time, there would be no spire to break. The world would simply stop, frozen in a permanent, agonizing vibration that would eventually tear the atoms apart. He reached out and touched the earth with his scarred hand. He stopped fighting the ringing. He stopped fighting the hiker. He opened the door. The transition was violent. It felt like being pulled through a needle's eye. The world dissolved into a smear of color and sound. I felt Miller's identity, his love for Sarah, his memories of the rainy streets of Seattle, his fear of the dark, merge with my own. We became a composite being, a sentinel of sound. The violet light didn't explode. It imploded. It drew all the static, all the subsonic rumbles, and all the parasitic frequencies of the mountain into a single, dense point within Miller's chest. For a moment, he was a star, a localized sun of pure resonance. Then the light went out. The mountain went still. The radio in the car returned to a soft, crackling static. The wind died down to a whisper. Miller sat on the ground, his breathing shallow. The scar on his hand was gone. In its place was a smooth, pale patch of skin that looked like polished marble. He looked at Sarah, and his eyes were no longer Miller's eyes, nor were they the hikers. They were deep, dark pools that seemed to hold the reflection of every sound ever made. "Miller," she asked, her voice trembling. He stood up, his movements fluid and unnervingly graceful. He looked at the valley below. He didn't see the friction anymore. He saw the flow. He heard the world not as a collection of noises, but as a single, breathing organism. "It's okay," he said. His voice was a perfect middle C, a sound so pure it made Sarah's heart ache. "The song has a conductor now." But as they drove back down the mountain, leaving the high silence behind, Miller didn't look back. He kept his eyes on the road, watching the way the headlights carved a path through the dark. I was still there, but I wasn't a voice anymore. I was the silence between his breaths. I was the space between his heartbeats. We were the sound that follows you home. And as we approached the outskirts of the next town, a small, sleepy place with a single blinking yellow light, Miller began to hum. It wasn't the four-note melody from the car. It was something older, something deeper. It was the sound of a world that had finally learned how to keep its secrets. But in the back of his mind, in the part of the consciousness that belonged to the hiker, I saw a vision. It was the clear stone at the bottom of the bay. It was no longer empty. A small, dark shape was forming inside it, a tiny, obsidian heart. The balance had been struck, but the pendulum was already beginning its return swing. The music was better than the silence, yes, but the music always requires a sacrifice. And as Miller pulled into a gas station, the bell in the town square began to toll. 1, 2, 3. Miller counted the strikes. On the fourth, he didn't hear the bell. He heard the air itself groan under the weight of the sound. "We're not done," he whispered to the rearview mirror. "No," I replied, the word echoing in the hollows of his bones. "We're just beginning the second movement." The script was moving toward its final act, and the stage was the entire world. The hiker, the detective, and the shadow were now one, a trinity of resonance waiting for the next note to drop. And as the sun finally broke over the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows across the pavement, the sound of the world rising to meet the day felt like a threat. The sound that follows you home is never just a sound. It's an invitation to listen to what's coming next. The gas station was a liminal space, a fluorescent island in the pre-dawn blue of the high desert. The air smelled of ozone and cheap coffee. Sarah sat in the passenger seat, her head leaned against the window, her eyes closed but her body rigid. She wasn't sleeping. She was monitoring the silence, terrified that if she let her guard down, the world would start to hum again. Miller stepped out of the car. The soles of his boots hitting the pavement didn't just make a sound, they created a ripple. To his new ears, the contact was a percussive event that traveled through the concrete, up the steel pillars of the canopy, and vibrated the glass of the convenience store windows. He could feel the tension in the atoms of the world. It was like walking across a frozen lake that was only an inch thick. He walked toward the storefront, his movements measured. Every gesture had to be deliberate now. If he moved too quickly, he risked creating a sonic wake that could shatter the fragile equilibrium he had established on the mountain. He was the dampening field. He was the acoustic foam wrapped around the jagged edges of reality. Inside the store, a television hummed on a bracket near the ceiling. A news anchor with frantic eyes was reporting on the aftershocks in Seattle. They were showing footage of the bay. The water was unnaturally still, a sheet of black glass that refused to ripple even as a Coast Guard cutter moved through it. The wake of the ship simply vanished, absorbed by the density of the water. "They're calling it a localized gravitational anomaly now," the clerk said, not looking up from his phone. He was a teenager with bleached hair and a nervous tick in his left eye. "My cousin lives in Tacoma, says all the birds just stopped, not dead, just sitting on the power lines staring at the ground, like they're waiting for a bus." Miller didn't answer. He picked up a bottle of water and the plastic crinkled. The sound was deafening to him, a series of miniature explosions. He adjusted his grip, consciously smoothing the frequency of the friction until the noise softened into a dull thud. "He's sensing the shift," I whispered from the back of his mind. "The birds know. The animals always hear the subharmonic before the strike." Miller paid in cash, his fingers brushing the clerk's palm. The boy shivered, his tick suddenly stopping. He looked at Miller, his eyes widening. For a second, the boy's internal rhythm, the frantic, caffeine-fueled beat of his heart, synchronized perfectly with Miller's resting pulse. The boy's breathing slowed. The ambient hum of the refrigerator seemed to fade into a pleasant, melodic drone. "Whoa," the boy whispered, rubbing his chest. "I feel really calm all of a sudden. That's weird." "Keep the change," Miller said, his voice a low, resonant vibration that seemed to vibrate the boy's teeth. Miller walked back to the car, the weight of his responsibility pressing down on him like a physical load. He wasn't just a man anymore. He was a walking sanctuary. But the more he absorbed, the more he felt the pressure building within his own marrow. The hiker part of him, the part that was me, knew that a sponge could only hold so much water before it began to leak. He got back into the car and started the engine. The ignition was a roar that made him wince. "Where now?" Sarah asked, her voice small. She looked at his hands, at the marble-pale skin where the scar had been. She didn't touch him this time. There was a distance between them now, a sanctified space that neither of them knew how to cross. "East," Miller said, "away from the water. The sound travels faster through liquid. We need the deep basalt." We need the places where the earth is old and heavy. As they drove, the landscape shifted from the jagged green of the mountains to the rolling, golden-brown hills of the Palouse. The sky opened up, a vast, terrifying bowl of blue. To Miller, the sky wasn't empty. It was a resonant chamber. He could hear the solar winds brushing against the upper atmosphere, a high-pitched whistle that sounded like a flute played by a giant. The 19th note, I reminded him. The one in the stone, it's growing. I know, Miller thought back. I can feel it pulling at me, like a magnet in the dark. The connection between Miller and the stone in the bay was a silver thread stretched across hundreds of miles. Every time the stone vibrated, Miller's chest tightened. It was a symbiotic relationship. He was the overflow valve for the stone's energy, and the stone was the anchor for his new consciousness. But the stone was changing. It was no longer a passive receiver. It was beginning to broadcast. Around noon, they passed through a ghost town, a cluster of bleached wooden skeletons clinging to the side of a dry creek bed. Miller pulled over. He couldn't go any further. The pressure in his ears was becoming a physical pain, a sharp needle of sound that poked at his brain every time the car hit a bump. He climbed out and walked into the middle of the empty road. The silence here was ancient. It wasn't the artificial silence of the hush. It was the silence of exhaustion. The land had given everything it had 100 years ago and was now just resting. He knelt in the dust and pressed his ear to the ground. He didn't hear the earth. He heard the asterisk lack of it. Deep below, miles beneath the basalt, something was hollowing out the silence. It was a rhythmic scouring, like sandpaper on bone. It was the sound of the 19th note carving a space for itself in the fundamental architecture of the world. It's not just a song, Miller whispered, his lips brushing the dirt. It's a blueprint. Sarah stood by the car watching him. She looked like a ghost in the midday sun, her shadow short and sharp. Miller, what do you see? The hiker. He saw the beginning, Miller said, standing up. He looked at me through the internal mirror of his mind. He saw the stone fall, but he didn't see where it came from. He thought it was a gift or a curse, but it's neither. It's a tool. A tuning fork, I added. The universe is out of tune, Miller. The stars are drifting. The galaxies are screaming as they pull apart. The stones were sent to bring the harmony back, but our ears, our bodies, we weren't built for the correction. It's going to rewrite us, Miller said, turning to Sarah. His face was pale, his eyes shimmering with a faint violet light that the sun couldn't wash away. The sound, it's not trying to kill us. It's trying to tune us, but we're too brittle. We'll break before we reach the right pitch. Then we change the pitch, Sarah said, stepping toward him, defying the invisible barrier of his resonance. She took his hand, and this time she didn't flinch when the static jumped. She gripped him hard, her knuckles turning white. You said you're the conductor, so conduct, Miller. Don't just listen to the music. Change the arrangement. Miller looked at her, and for a moment, the we of our shared mind fractured. The human element, the Miller who loved this woman, who remembered the smell of rain on asphalt and the taste of cold coffee, surfaced with a desperate intensity. He closed his eyes and reached out, not with his ears, but with his will. He found the silver thread connecting him to the bay. He followed it back past the mountains, past the shattered tiles of their kitchen, down into the dark, cold silt where the clear stone sat. He felt the tiny, new vibration inside it, the 19th note. It was a jagged thing, a sharp shard of sound that was trying to grow into a sphere. Miller didn't try to crush it. He didn't try to silence it. He began to hum. It was a counter-melody, a soft, human vibration that he pulled from the memory of Sarah's voice calling his name in the hallway. He sent it down the wire, a golden thread wrapped around the silver. In the bay, the stone pulsed. The dark shape inside it, the obsidian heart, hesitated. The jagged edges of the 19th note softened. The vibration didn't stop, but it changed color. It went from a piercing violet to a warm sunset orange. The effect was instantaneous. Across the state, the birds in Tacoma took flight, their wings beating a frantic but natural rhythm. In the convenience store, the clerk's tick didn't return, but his heart rate sped up to a healthy, human pace. The great hush began to dissolve, replaced by the messy, beautiful, chaotic noise of a world that was allowed to be out of tune. But the effort cost him. Miller slumped forward, his forehead resting on Sarah's shoulder. He was shaking, his skin radiating a feverish heat. "I can't hold it forever," he wheezed. "It's too much for one person, the song. It wants to be heard by everyone." "Then we give it to them," Sarah whispered, "but slowly, in pieces they can handle." They stayed in the ghost town for 3 days. Miller spent the time learning how to bleed the resonance into the environment safely. He would touch a withered fence post and leave a faint, melodic vibration in the wood that would last for hours. He would speak to the wind, letting his words carry a dampening frequency that calmed the air for miles. I watched him, and for the first time since the hiker found the stone in the woods, I felt a sense of peace. I wasn't a predator anymore. I was a library. I held the echoes of the detective's logic, the hiker's wonder, and Elias' mathematics. I was the archive of the sound, and Miller was the librarian. On the 4th day, they saw a car approaching from the west. It was a black SUV, moving fast, kicking up a massive plume of dust. It didn't have police markings, but it had the look of authority, government, or something even more shadowy. "They found us," Sarah said, her voice tight. "They didn't find us," Miller said, standing up and brushing the dust from his jeans. He looked calmer than he had since the pier. "They followed the signal. They have sensors, Sarah. They've been tracking the hush since it started. They know the source moved." The SUV screeched to a halt 20 yards away. 4 men got out. They weren't wearing uniforms, but they were wearing tactical headsets and carrying devices that looked like sophisticated microphones. One of them, a man with a graying beard and a face like a topographical map, stepped forward. He wasn't carrying a weapon. He was carrying a recording device. "Mr. Miller?" the man asked. His voice was neutral, professional. "My name is Dr. Aris. I'm with the Foundation for Acoustic Research. We've been looking for the person who silenced the Seattle event." "I didn't silence it," Miller said. "I just moved the volume knob." Dr. Aris looked at the devices his team was holding. The needles were buried in the red. "The readings coming off you, they're impossible. You're emitting a constant, wide-spectrum harmonic that's actively canceling out the ambient noise of the area. You're a walking dead zone, Mr. Miller." "I'm a solution," Miller corrected, "but I'm a temporary one." "We know about the stone," Aris said, stepping closer. He ignored the way his own team flinched as they entered Miller's resonance field. "We found the first one, the one the hiker found. We've been studying it for years. We knew there were others. We didn't know someone could integrate." "They want to study you," I warned Miller. "They want to turn the conductor into a specimen." "Let them try," Miller thought. He looked at Aris. "The stone in the bay is changing. It's growing a 19th note. If you try to move it, if you try to contain it in a lab, it will shatter the city. It needs to stay where it is. It needs to be grounded." "We can't just leave it there," Aris argued. "The structural integrity of the Pacific Northwest is at stake. The vibrations are destabilizing the fault lines." "Then let me help," Miller said. He walked toward the doctor. As he moved, the air around him began to shimmer. The sound of the wind died. The sound of the SUV's idling engine became a soft, rhythmic purr. The members of the Foundation team dropped their microphones, clutching their ears as the sudden, perfect clarity of the world hit them like a physical blow. Miller stopped inches from Aris. He reached out and touched the doctor's recording device. The plastic began to glow with a soft, violet light. I'm going to give you the frequency, Miller said. A digital signature of the counter melody. You can broadcast it. You can use your arrays to stabilize the fault lines, but you have to promise me one thing. Eris swallowed hard, his eyes locked on Miller's marble-pale hand. Anything. Stop looking for the 20th note, Miller said, his voice dropping to a register that made the ground beneath them vibrate. Because if the song finishes, there won't be anyone left to hear it. Eris nodded slowly, the sheer weight of Miller's presence forcing his compliance. Miller stepped back and the intensity of the field faded. The world rushed back in the heat, the dust, the distant cry of a hawk. Sarah came to his side, taking his arm. She looked at the men from the foundation not with fear, but with a weary pity. They were playing with fire and they didn't even know what heat was. "We're going," Miller told them. "Where?" Eris asked, his voice shaking. "Somewhere quiet," Miller said. They got into their car and drove away, leaving the foundation team standing in the dust of a town that no longer existed. As they headed further east toward the rising sun, Miller looked at his reflection in the rearview mirror. He saw me staring back, the hiker's eyes, the detective's brow, the stone's light. We were a mosaic of everything that had been lost to the sound. "Are we doing the right thing?" Miller asked, not to Sarah, but to the collective within him. "We are maintaining the silence," I replied, "for as long as the world will let us." But as the car sped across the desert, a new sound began to rise. It wasn't coming from the earth, or the stone, or the sky. It was coming from Sarah. She was humming, a soft, unconscious tune as she watched the landscape go by. It was the 19th note. It was the sunset orange melody Miller had sent down the wire. He realized then that he hadn't just saved her. He had changed her too. The sound was no longer following them home. It was home. And as the sun climbed higher, casting its golden light over the world, Miller joined her. They sang together, a duet of two people who were no longer entirely human, driving through a world that was slowly, note by note, being tuned to a frequency they had invented. The sound was beautiful. The sound was terrifying. And far away, in the dark silt of the bay, the 19th note began to hum along. The rhythmic vibration of the tires against the cracked asphalt of Highway 26 became a part of the composition. Miller didn't just hear the road. He felt the granular composition of the basalt beneath the rubber, the way the tectonic plates far below groaned under the weight of the sky. Beside him, Sarah's humming was a fragile, golden thread weaving through the roar of the wind. She didn't seem to realize she was doing it. Her eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the heat shimmer made the distant hills look like they were melting into the atmosphere. "She's a carrier now," I whispered within the corridors of Miller's subconscious. The resonance didn't just pass through her, it stayed. "You've turned her into a secondary transmitter." Miller gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles pale. "I didn't have a choice," he murmured, his voice barely a breath. "The pressure, it had to go somewhere. If I hadn't shared the frequency, she would have shattered. Her cells couldn't handle the vacuum of the hush." "Miller, did you say something?" Sarah asked, her humming breaking off. The sudden absence of her voice felt like a physical blow to Miller's equilibrium. The car seemed to tilt, the ambient noise of the engine suddenly jagged and discordant. "Just talking to myself," Miller said. He reached over and turned on the radio. He didn't look for music. He looked for the static between stations. To his ears, the white noise was a rich tapestry of cosmic background radiation, the lingering echoes of the Big Bang, the hiss of dying stars, the electromagnetic pulse of the Earth's core. He began to hum a low, grounding tone, a subharmonic that smoothed out the jagged edges of the static until it sounded like a choir of flutes. Sarah watched him, her expression a mix of awe and a deep, aching sorrow. She reached out, her hand hovering inches from his arm, hesitant to bridge the gap. "You're not there anymore, are you?" "Not entirely." Miller looked at her, and for a split second his pupils weren't black. They were translucent, reflecting the golden brown hills of the Palouse like two polished spheres of quartz. "I'm here, Sarah. I'm just everywhere else too. I can hear the irrigation pivots 10 miles away. I can hear the sap moving in the wheat. I can hear the way your heart skips a beat when you look at me." "Is it painful?" she whispered. "It's loud," he admitted, "but it's not just noise anymore. It's information. The world is telling me its secrets, and I don't know how to tell it to be quiet." They pulled into a small town called Washdugna as the sun began to dip toward the horizon, casting long, bruised shadows across the grain elevators. It was a place of dust and silence, the kind of town that felt like it was waiting for the wind to finally blow it away. Miller stopped at a diner that looked like it hadn't been painted since the Eisenhower administration. He needed to be around people, not to talk, but to test the dampening field. He needed to know if he could walk among the untuned without vibrating them apart. As they stepped into the diner, the bell above the door rang with a clarity that made the three patrons at the counter freeze. It wasn't just a bell. It was a perfect, crystalline C-sharp that seemed to hang in the air for an impossible amount of time. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and flour on her apron, stopped mid-pour. The coffee didn't splash into the mug. It slid in, the sound of the liquid hitting the ceramic becoming a rhythmic, soothing pulse. Miller took a seat at the far end of the counter, Sarah sitting close to him. He could feel the resonance of the room, the hum of the refrigerator, the sizzle of the grill, the frantic, staccato thoughts of the people around him. He took a deep breath, visualizing the golden thread he had wrapped around the silver wire. He began to pulse his own internal rhythm, a slow, steady beat that mimicked the rotation of the earth. Gradually, the tension in the room evaporated. The man at the end of the counter, who had been gripping his fork with white-knuckled intensity, relaxed his shoulders. The waitress finished her pour, a small, puzzled smile playing on her lips. "It's peaceful in here today," she said, wiping the counter with a rag. "Usually this place feels like a pressure cooker, especially with everything on the news. You folks from out of town." "Just passing through," Sarah said. She looked at Miller, who was staring into the depths of a glass of water. In the water, Miller saw the 19th note. It wasn't a reflection, it was a manifestation. Tiny, microscopic ripples were forming in the glass, perfectly concentric circles that vibrated at a frequency higher than the human ear could register. He touched the rim of the glass, and the ripples stopped. "They're coming from you, Miller," I reminded him. "Aris and his foundation. They won't be satisfied with a recording. They want the source. They want to know how the hiker survived the first contact and how you survived the second." "I didn't survive," Miller thought back. "The hiker didn't survive. We just became the medium." Outside, the sky turned a deep, bruised purple. Miller felt a sudden, sharp spike in the resonance, a needle of sound that pierced through his dampening field. He winced, clutching his head. "Miller, what is it?" Sarah gripped his hand. "The stone," he gasped. "The one in the bay, they're touching it, they're trying to move it." Hundreds of miles away, in the dark, cold waters of the Puget Sound, a salvage team was lowering a containment housing over the clear stone. They thought they were being careful. They thought they could insulate it with lead and pressurized gas. But the stone wasn't a physical object. It was a localized event. The moment the steel of the housing touched the surface of the stone, the 19th note didn't just vibrate, it screamed. The sound traveled through the water, through the basalt, through the very air. In the diner in Washdugna, the windows shattered. Not outward, but inward, the glass turning into fine, glittering sand that fell to the floor like snow. The patrons cried out, covering their ears, but there was no sound to cover. It was a silent explosion of pressure that knocked the air from their lungs. Miller stood up, his body vibrating so violently that he became a blur. His eyes were wide, glowing with a fierce, violet intensity. He wasn't just hearing the scream, he was the scream. "Stop it," he roared, but his voice wasn't human. It was a chord of 20 different frequencies, a sonic boom that leveled the chairs and sent the coffee mugs flying from the shelves. He grabbed Sarah and pulled her toward the door. "We have to go, now." They stumbled out into the street. The town of Washdukna was no longer silent. The grain elevators were humming, a deep, tectonic groan that sounded like the earth was being torn in half. The birds that had been roosting on the power lines were falling to the ground, not dead, but paralyzed by the sheer intensity of the vibration. Miller ran to the car, his movements jerky and unnatural. He slammed his hands onto the hood, and the metal buckled under the force of his resonance. He was trying to ground the energy, trying to bleed the scream into the earth, but the earth was already full. "I can't hold it," he cried out, the words vibrating through Sarah's teeth. "There's too much. They've woken the 20th note." "The final note," I whispered, a cold dread filling the spaces between our shared thoughts. "The one that completes the sequence, the one that ends the song." The sky above them began to ripple. It wasn't clouds or wind. It was the atmosphere itself, reacting to the frequency. The stars seemed to jitter in their places, their light fracturing into a spectrum of impossible colors. A black SUV, the same one from the ghost town, screeched around the corner, followed by two more. Dr. Aris jumped out, his face pale and streaked with sweat. He was holding a device that was emitting a high-pitched, frantic whistle. "Miller, we lost control," Aris shouted over the mounting roar of the world. "The containment field failed. The stone is. It's expanding." "I told you to leave it alone." Miller's voice was a thunderclap. He stepped toward Aris and the ground beneath his feet cracked. "You've triggered the correction. The world isn't ready." "Fix it," Aris pleaded, falling to his knees as the vibration became too much to bear. "You're the conductor. Change the arrangement." Miller looked at Sarah. She was standing by the car, her hands pressed to her chest, her eyes filled with a terrifying clarity. She wasn't screaming. She was humming. The same sunset orange melody she had been singing in the car, but louder now, more resonant. She walked toward Miller, her footsteps steady despite the heaving ground. She took his hands, and the moment their skin met, the discordance of the world seemed to pull back. The violet light in Miller's eyes merged with the orange glow emanating from Sarah. "We can't stop the song, Miller," she said, her voice clear and calm amidst the chaos. "But we can change the ending. We can't be the dampening field anymore. We have to be the amplifier." "It will kill us," Miller said, his voice breaking. "No," Sarah said, a sad, beautiful smile crossing her face. "It will just finish us. We're the last two notes, Miller. We're the harmony that makes the 20th note bearable." Miller understood then. The hiker, the detective, Elias, the stone, they were all precursors. They were the tuning process. But a song needs more than just notes. It needs a resolution. He closed his eyes and let go. He stopped trying to fight the pressure. He stopped trying to ground the energy. He opened every pore of his being, every cell of his borrowed body, and invited the 19th note in. He felt the silver thread from the bass snap, the energy rushing across the miles like a tidal wave. At the same time, Sarah opened herself. She became the vessel for the orange melody, the human counterpoint to the cosmic vibration. They stood in the center of the dying town, their hands locked, their bodies glowing with a light that was neither violet nor orange, but something entirely new, a white, blinding brilliance that seemed to push back the darkness of the night. The sound that followed them home finally arrived. It wasn't a hum, it wasn't a scream. It was a word, a single, resonant syllable that contained the history of every star that had ever burned and every heart that had ever beat. As the syllable echoed across the desert, the vibration stabilized. The grain elevator stopped groaning. The birds took flight, their wings moving in a slow, majestic unison. The sky cleared, the stars returning to their fixed, silent positions. The great hush didn't return. Instead, the world was filled with a new kind of sound, a soft, background resonance that felt like a warm blanket. It was the sound of a world that had been tuned, a world that was finally in harmony with the spheres. When the light faded, the street in Washdaqna was empty. Dr. Aris and his team stood in the dust, their devices silent, their headsets transmitting nothing but a soft, melodic hum. The black SUVs were still there, their engines idling with a rhythmic purr that sounded like a lullaby. There was no sign of Miller, no sign of Sarah. Only a single, clear stone lay in the middle of the road, vibrating with a faint, sunset-orange light. I watched from the perspective of the stone, the library of my mind finally complete. I held the hiker's wonder, the detective's logic, Elias' math, Miller's sacrifice, and Sarah's love. I was the 20th note. I was the resolution. The sound that follows you home is never just a sound. It is the home itself. And as Dr. Aris reached down to pick up the stone, he didn't feel fear. He didn't feel the need to study it or contain it. He simply held it to his ear, a small, puzzled smile on his face. "I can hear them," he whispered. "What do they sound like?" one of his men asked. Aris looked out at the horizon, where the first light of dawn was beginning to break over the hills. "They sound like peace," he said. The world went on, out of tune in all the small, human ways, but held together by a secret melody that only those who truly listened could hear. The sound didn't follow anyone anymore. It was already there, waiting in the silence between breaths, in the space between heartbeats, the eternal, beautiful 19 notes of a universe that had finally found its voice. But as the sun rose, a 21st note began to stir in the deep basalt, a tiny, new vibration that suggested the song was only just beginning. The small town of Washdaqna did not wake up the next morning. It resonated into existence. There was no jarring alarm of a rooster or the grinding protest of a tractor engine. Instead, the dawn arrived as a visual crescendo, the light sliding over the grain elevators with a tonal quality that made the air feel thick and sweet, like honeyed glass. Dr. Aris sat on the bumper of his SUV, the clear stone resting in his palm. It was no longer cold. It possessed a gentle, pulsing warmth that mimicked a resting pulse. He watched his team moving through the dust of the main street. They moved with a strange, fluid grace, their usual frantic professionalism replaced by a meditative calm. They weren't checking their sensors or shouting into their comms. One of the technicians, a man who had spent 3 years obsessed with the decibel threshold of the hush, was standing by a rusted fence, his eyes closed, lightly tapping a rhythmic code against the wood. He wasn't measuring the sound, he was participating in it. "We should leave," the technician said, not looking back at Aris. His voice had lost its nasal edge, sounding instead like a well-tuned cello. "There's nothing left to record. The data has become the environment." Aris looked down at the stone. He could feel the echoes of Miller and Sarah within the lattice of the mineral. They weren't trapped, they were distributed. They had become the atmospheric pressure, the specific gravity of the moment. He understood now that the Foundation's mission had been a category error from the start. They had been trying to capture a hurricane in a butterfly net, never realizing that the hurricane was the only thing keeping the atmosphere from collapsing. "Pack it up," Aris said. He stood, tucked the stone into his breast pocket, not for study but for company, and signaled to the remaining drivers. "We're heading back to the coast, but we're not going to the lab." "Where are we going, Doctor?" Aris looked toward the west, where the Puget Sound lay hidden behind the basalt curtains of the desert. To the bay, we're going to return what's left of the sequence to the water. The song needs its basement. As the convoy pulled out of Washtubna, the town didn't recede into the distance so much as it faded into a different frequency. In the rearview mirror, Aris saw the silhouette of the diner. For a split second, he thought he saw two figures standing on the porch, a man with eyes like the sky and a woman whose hair seemed to catch the light even in the shadows. They weren't waving, they were simply being. The drive back across the state was unlike any journey Aris had ever taken. The world felt porous. Every bridge they crossed sang a different stanza. Every forest of pine they passed whispered in a collective, shushing harmony that settled the nerves of every man in the vehicles. They passed through small farming communities where people were stepping out onto their porches, looking up at the sky with expressions of profound relief. The global tension, the static of modern existence, had been smoothed over by a subharmonic frequency that acted as a universal solvent for anxiety. By the time they reached the shores of the Sound, the sun was beginning its second descent since the event. The water was unnaturally still, a sheet of hammered silver that reflected the bruised purples of the approaching dusk. The salvage barges were gone, the workers having fled when the scream hit, leaving behind a skeletal crane and a few bobbing buoys. Aris walked to the edge of the pier. He took the stone from his pocket. It was vibrating now, a frantic, joyous shiver that traveled up his arm and settled in his chest. It wanted to go home. It wanted to rejoin the silence that wasn't silent at all. "Goodbye, Miller," Aris whispered. "Thank you for the music." He tossed the stone. It didn't splash. It entered the water with a resonant asterisk thrum that sent a single, perfect ripple outward across the entire bay. The moment it vanished into the silt, the air around Aris seemed to sigh. The 19 notes he had spent his life chasing suddenly aligned into a single, cohesive chord that resonated through the timber of the pier, through the soles of his boots, and into the marrow of his bones. It was the 20th note, the resolution. The world settled. The sound that followed me home had finally found its destination. It was no longer a haunting, it was a foundation. Weeks later, the world began to change in subtle, unquantifiable ways. Scientists noted that the seismic activity of the Pacific Northwest had dropped to near zero, as if the tectonic plates had finally found a comfortable position. Musicians found themselves composing pieces that felt remembered rather than written, melodies that followed the same sunset-orange trajectory Sarah had hummed in the desert. In a small apartment in Seattle, a young woman sat by an open window. She had been deaf since birth, living in a world of tactile vibrations and visual cues. But as the sun dipped below the Olympic Mountains, she felt something new. It wasn't a sound she heard with her ears, but a pressure in her sternum. A rhythmic, golden pulse that felt like a voice she had known before she was born. She closed her eyes, and for the first time in her life, she began to hum. It was a soft, unconscious tune, a fragment of a larger composition. She didn't know it was the 21st note. She didn't know that she was the new beginning. Deep in the dark silt of the bay, where the light of the sun never reached, the two stones lay side by side. They weren't just rocks, they were the lungs of the world, breathing in the chaos of the universe and breathing out a steady, rhythmic peace. And somewhere within that resonance, Miller and Sarah walked along a shoreline that had no end, their voices intertwined in a duet that would play until the stars themselves grew quiet. The sound was no longer following them, it was leading the way.